interruption or outbursts of any kind, to please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. And when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Richards.
Here.
Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Koppel.
Here.
Commissioner Melgar.
Here.
And Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Thank you, Commissioners. First on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1 for case number 2013.1049E at 950 through 974 Market Street, an appeal of a preliminary mitigated negative declaration is proposed for continuance to November 17th, 2016. Item 2 for case number 2016-03758 CUA at 2300 Market Street, a conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to January 12th, 2017. I have no other items proposed for continuance, and I have no speaker cards.
Is there any public comment on the items proposed for continuance? Not seeing any. Public comments closed. Commissioner Richards.
Move to continue.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to continue items as proposed, Commissioner Hillis. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places us under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constituted consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of staff, the public, or the Commission requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 3 for case number 2016-004805 DRM at 1 La Avanzada Street, mandatory discretionary review. And item 4 for case number 2015-006653 CUA at 950 Clement Street, conditional use authorization.
Is there any public comment on the items on the consent calendar? Okay, not seeing any. Public comment is closed.
If you'd like to come up to speak to the consent calendar, at this moment, if you want to speak to the issues on one of the items on consent, we'll have to pull that matter off of consent. Which of those items would you like to pull off of?
Sutter Tower?
So item 3 you'd like pulled off of consent to speak to? You're not in support of not taking discretionary review and approving it?
Just want to some request for some modification.
Then we'll need to pull it off of consent.
Okay. So we'll put it off and hear it as the first item on the regular calendar.
Very good, Commissioners.
Is there any additional public comment on items on the consent calendar?
Sorry, Commissioners, I'm new to this. Just double checking 249 Pennsylvania. Is that further down the list?
It's under the regular calendar.
Okay,
It's not
thank
up for
you.
consideration at this time.
Any other public comment on the items on the consent calendar? Okay, not seeing any. Public comments closed. Commissioner Moore?
Move to approve item 4 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to approve item 4 under your consent calendar, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. And places you on Commission matters. Item 5, consideration of adoption draft minutes for October 20th, 2016.
Is there any public comment on draft minutes? Not seeing any. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Richards.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to adopt the minutes for October 20th, 2016, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0 and places you on item 6, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to report to the Commission that I visited 1321 Mission Street yesterday, our first housing project, built a student housing project, which I consider to be a roaring success given the high quality of units, given the exceptional way how the two institutions who are both occupying the building, their students occupy these buildings, have managed to put an institutional overlay on it, which really makes this project work. I'm impressed by the high quality of design. I'm impressed by the high quality of execution, by the high quality of student amenities from the downstairs lounge and retail store, which is occupied and it's non-formula, to the roof decks and every little piece in between. It's a high-tech building. It manages itself in unusual ways for things that most of us are still unfamiliar with. Secure delivery of packages, highly managed bicycle storage, and on and on and on. In the course of that, I was also able to see the MicroPad affordable dwelling. The prototype is on Mission Street in front of 1321 Mission Street, and I am impressed about that project as a possible answer to those problems which seem to be very, very difficult to solve. I'm speaking from the design and execution point of view. It's extremely well done, I believe, at the right place, in the right number, with the right amenities around it. This will be a great prototype, and I hope that we will find a way to identify sites on which this can be realized, because in larger numbers do you create a delivery of currently homeless shelters, units that I think meet a level of quality and livability that is quite exemplary. So I am quite impressed and encourage everybody to use the next week to see the unit and catch a glimpse of what is possible.
Commissioner Richards.
I too, piggybacking off Commissioner Moore, did go down to 1321 Mission as well and saw the MicroPad, and I was impressed as well with the quality design, what the potential could be in housing current homeless and marginally housed people in the future. I know there are some political issues that need to be considered around where they're constructed and how they're constructed here, but potentially that could be worked through with actually overall much more additional work being given out to the local community, having many of these projects rather than having nothing at all. So it's a really interesting concept. I hope everybody could go look at that. One other quick one, I talk sometimes when I see articles about complete cities. There was an article in yesterday's Chronicle by J.K. Deneen about the mortuary business and how it's changing here in the city and what it's doing for funeral homes. So they're no longer finding their business model working with such a large tract of land with the funeral home and the parking lot sitting on. And it talks about funeral homes going out of business at a pretty quick clip. And, you know, as I think I mentioned in the past on complete cities do have gas stations where people still drive fossil fuel cars, and that hopefully should go away at some point. People still need their car repaired, whether it's electric car or not. You have to go somewhere to get that done. And people still die. So you have to take the body somewhere, and you have to dispose of the remains, et cetera. And I get to this point where at some point in the future, when we have no more funeral homes left, what are we going to do? When we have no more gas stations left, what are we going to do? When we have no more car repair places, what are we going to do? Or just a few. So it's something to think about in a complete city. I had the unfortunate encounter a month ago with having to deal with a funeral home, and it was so nice that it was at hand, and I didn't have to travel to Daly City or somewhere far away to have everything taken care of. This wasn't in California, but it was in another state. But there is a benefit to having these businesses in the city, and hopefully the model will evolve so that they could use less space, and the land that they sit on will actually yield a higher result as a funeral home rather than as a housing development. But I'm not sure of that.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. We can move on to item 7, the 2017 hearing schedule for your review and adoption. Last week, we went over a proposed calendar, and there was a request to have that matter continue to check with personal calendars, and so it is back before you now today.
I'm sorry, Jones, could you repeat that?
It's
Our calendar, yeah.
The hearing schedule for 2017. At that time, I had proposed some hearing date cancellations.
Thank you.
That followed our normal holidays and fifth meeting Thursdays. I believe there was some consideration to include February 23rd and reinstate November 30th
Okay. And Jonas, was that included in our packet or?
This from
It
last
was
week.
not included in this week's packet. It was the same as from
Last
last
week.
Okay,
week.
so just picking up that conversation. Okay, Commissioner Moore.
I was one of the people who had asked for this to be considered further. The February 23rd can't stay as a regular meeting from the question I had to ask at home, and reinstating November 31st is fine because given the fact that we have Thanksgiving and then two weeks off in December, we're getting a little bit jammed again with meetings, which may be too long, et cetera. So what was proposed with the modifications indicated last week are fine with me.
So just for clarity, Commissioner Moore, February 23rd is proposed as a cancellation hearing?
No, it's supposed to be a regular meeting.
Right, we had discussed the possibility of canceling it because the first canceled hearing after the new year
Was
is the
March.
last hearing in March.
Okay.
So I believe there was some discussion and consensus that there be
Okay.
a break in between.
I'm supportive of that, yeah. I just want to say it doesn't matter to me.
And what are we
September would stay because that would parallel, if you do into your parallel with the supervisors and their
Right.
being away. And then the other point is that some commissioners suggested that the fifth Thursday in November be added again because we are away quite a bit in that last part of the year.
Is everyone comfortable with that, or do we want one more week with a final?
As you stated, Commission President, it's easier to cancel in the
Yeah.
future than reinstate one that has already been canceled.
That's right. Commissioner Richards.
So just want to be clear, the break, the summer recess mirrors the boards, which means it starts the first Thursday in August, second Thursday, third Thursday?
The board actually cancels their entire month of August.
The board is off the entire month of
Okay,
August.
so we're going to
we
take the
would-
first three,
We would more closely mirror them with
Okay.
the first three.
and we would do first, second, and third
Yes.
Thursday. Okay, I support that.
And just to be clear, there are 5 Thursdays in this next August, so you would have 2 meetings in August, but they would be the last 2 weeks of the month.
Which works out quite well.
That's fine.
actually.
Yeah, that's great.
Commissioner Hillis.
Nope.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Jonas, we need to take action on that today?
We do. Well, you don't have to take it today, but we would appreciate it so that
Okay.
we can start filling up your 2017 hearing schedule.
Beautiful. Commissioner Johnson.
Okay, I'll take a crack at it. Make a motion to approve our 2017 forward calendar, taking away February 23rd and adding back November 30th,
As proposed.
as
yeah.
proposed.
Yes. Very good. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then on that motion to adopt the 2017 hearing schedule, canceling the February 23rd hearing and reinstating the November 30th hearing schedule. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fawn.
Aye.
Very good, Commissioners, and I do thank you for taking
And
this on
Jonas,
early.
I'm sure you will plan to, but if you can email that to us or maybe provide us with a printed
This will
version.
be, this will be shot out.
Thank you.
Once it's finalized. Commissioners, that'll place us under Department Matters on item 8, Director's Report, Director's Announcements.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I just wanted to call one item to your attention on the written director's report, which is the community workshop on the urban design guidelines. It is taking place in 2 weeks on Wednesday, November 16th at the Planning Department from 6 to 8 p.m. This is the workshop on the guidelines that you've been discussing. I've had several hearings about. I know there's a lot of public interest in, so I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that we were having the next workshop on those, again, on November 16th. That's 6 to 8 p.m. at the Planning Department. Thank you.
Item 9, review of past events of the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals, and the Historic Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs for the Planning Department. At this week's Land Use Committee hearing, the committee considered a resolution extending for an additional 6 months interim zoning controls that require conditional use authorization for new office uses facing 2nd Street from King to Folsom Streets. These controls have already been in place for the past 18 months. At the hearing, several speakers spoke in favor of the interim controls, and no one spoke in opposition. The committee then voted to recommend the item to the full board. Also, at this week's Land Use Committee, was a hearing on the status of the Soma Filipina Strategic Plan. The Planning Commission and the HPC also received informational presentations on this effort in October. At the hearing, planning staff and 2 representatives from the working group presented the report. During public comment, 8 people spoke in support of the effort, and there was no opposition. Both Supervisors Kim and Cohen spoke in support of the report and the district. Supervisor Cohen also mentioned possibly pursuing a cultural heritage district in the Bayview. There will be a city agency briefing hosted by Supervisor Kim's office on November 10th to kick off the next phase of the strategy development. As this was not an action item, the committee filed the item after the hearing. Last on the agenda for the Land Use Committee was a hearing on the status of the Cannabis State Legalization Task Force. As you probably remember, Supervisor Wiener sponsored a resolution to create the task force to investigate measures the city should take in anticipation of voters legalizing cannabis for adult use in California. The presentation was done by Mavis Aceto Frimpong from DPH, which is the lead agency on this effort, and Terrence Allen, who's the chair of the task force. There was some minor back and forth, particularly between Supervisor Cohen and Mr. Allen. There was only one public commenter whose comments weren't entirely clear, and there was no other public or staff comment. At the full board, Supervisor Peskin's sign ordinances, the 2 sign ordinances, passed their second read. The Green Buildings Better Roof Ordinance, sponsored by Supervisor Wiener and signed on to by Cohen and Marr, also passed its second read. And the landmark designation for 1345 Ocean, as well as 140 Maiden Lane, passed their first read. And as of today, there are no introductions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Starr, it would be very interesting for this commission to hear how Supervisor Wiener moves forward with developing further guidelines or insights of how to regulate MCDs, and they will not be called MCDs anymore probably once we go beyond next week's election. I heard last night that San Jose is struggling with the subject, just as we are starting to realize that there will have to be some changes. I would also encourage everybody to watch last week's 20 Minutes, where there was a report on Pueblo, Colorado, which is already dealing with legalization, yet needs to pedal backwards a little bit to find ways to deal with inevitable confusion and problems.
Yeah, the task force is still working on their recommendations. They'll be fairly broad, and the actual ordinance will have to either come from the Board of Supervisors or mayor. So,
And Mr. Starr, when would you, you might have said it, expect that recommendation from the task force to be prepared to come out?
I'd have to double check to see if they have a deadline. I know that they have gone over most of the topics and are formulating the final recommendations. They've already done their land use recommendations, and I think they're working on their taxing and regulation recommendations as well. So I'll get that to you.
If you could, and then just out of curiosity, when we might be able to have an update or a briefing from you or one of the task force members, as you know, we're starting to see MCDs on the advanced calendar, which might convert into adult use.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll work with Jonas on that.
Thank you very much.
We were actually planning on holding an information on
Just that.
MCDs. Commissioners, there is no Board of Appeals report for you today, as there was no hearing. The Historic Preservation Commission did meet yesterday, and the only items, I shouldn't say the only items of interest, there were several items of interest, primarily the legacy business registration applications that came before the Historic Preservation Commission. They were all adopted for recommendations for approval to the Board of Supervisors, but I'll just name them because they're quite interesting establishments. The Bay Area Video Coalition, the Blue Bear School of Music, the Beau's Flower Stand, Café du Nord, Café Trieste, the Cartoon Art Museum, the Castro Country Club, Cole Hardware, Galleria de la Raza, the Golden Bear Sportswear, Sam's Grill and Seafood Restaurant. Why can't I see this one here? Oh, San Francisco Heritage and the Stud Bar. Commissioners, if there are no questions, we can move on to general public comment, not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I did have one speaker card.
Photographer Allison Heath.
Overhead, please. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Allison Heath, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Grow Potrero Responsibly and the Potrero Boosters Neighborhood Association. In late 2014, the UC Regents approved a long-range development plan for UCSF to guide development through 2035. Since then, UCSF has moved beyond its boundaries in Mission Bay, acquiring roughly 4 acres of privately owned land and dog patch. At 566 and 600 Minnesota, they plan to demolish 2 wooden industrial buildings, both of which were identified as Category A historic resources, and construct up to 610 units of student housing. At 2133rd Street, they're proposing clinics for the Department of Psychiatry. And most recently, the university purchased an additional property at 777 Mariposa, which is directly across from Mariposa Park. The building is an active PDR site leased to a plumbing supply firm. In what looks a lot like land banking, the university has not announced any plans for the site. None of these properties were identified in UCSF's long-range development plan. In fact, during the presentation to this commission, the Associate Vice Chancellor of Campus Planning specifically said, "We're not adding more land," with the assumption that future expansion would be contained within the existing 60-acre mission-based site. As you are well aware, the Central Waterfront and Potrero Hill are getting slammed with massive residential developments, as well as large projects such as the Warriors Arena, Pier 70, and a number of office developments, while the city has failed to provide us the necessary infrastructure to support it. The expansion at UCSF will further exacerbate these impacts as we move towards or well beyond the breaking point. While the long-range development plan laid out the justification for development within Mission Bay, doing so by acquiring private property beyond those boundaries means the city no longer collects property taxes and impact fees on this land, while the demand for city services grows. This is, in effect, taking desperately needed resources away from our neighborhoods while we fall further behind. Although the university is outside of your jurisdiction, the implications of this development will ripple throughout the Central Waterfront, Potrero Hill, and Showplace Square. What we are asking for today is that you consider scheduling a hearing to allow a more comprehensive process, with the Commission and members of the public given an opportunity to weigh in. Thank you.
Sue Hester, well, it doesn't seem to be on the calendar, but this is the 4th discussion of post-secondary educational institutions. I'm submitting a map of where the Academy of Art is located. It's from the EIR. It won't show it, so I won't go.
It just did.
It just did?
Yeah.
I will put it on. And your executive session, which you reported no action on, needs to go back to understanding what's going on with the Academy of Art. The map that I produced, that you've produced at the Planning Department, has the 40 sites the Academy of Art has. What is really important is they have a lot of sites that are being dedicated to student housing illegally, and they are on the map. The Planning Commission has a tool to give input to every post-secondary educational institution. It's called the Institutional Master Plan. The IMP was not honored by the Academy of Art in 1991 when that obligation hit. When it hit, they were supposed to talk to the Planning Commission and provide information. They gone 25 years as a scofflaw in this city. You have the obligation and the ability to tell them they have to build student housing. They can't plunder housing that exists already in the city. You have the ability to tell them they have to consolidate their campus. They can't use the 40 site they have and just connect them all with buses that wander all over Hellenglaw in downtown San Francisco. You have the ability to say to every institution, there's a cap on enrollment, rather than if you just show up and pay tuition, you're automatically an art student at the Academy of Art. That's the current mechanism. No screening at all. The planning department has done so with the University of San Francisco, a real nonprofit educational institution. They have an enrollment cap. Secondary schools all over the city have enrollment caps imposed by the Planning Commission. But you're saying, oh, you can just operate like you have. You have to consider consolidating their facilities, requiring them to build student housing, and address their wandering bus system. This is just a bit of the issues that are facing, and I'm putting that in context because you're doing settlement negotiations, and you have to do better for the city. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment, general public comment? Okay, public comment is closed.
Very good, Commissioners. That'll place us under your regular calendar for item 3, case number 2016-004805 DRM at 1 La Avanzada Street. This is a mandatory discretionary review.
Commissioners, if I might introduce a planner you have not met yet. Ashley Woods joined the Planning Department recently. She is one of our wireless planners. She previously served as project manager for Core Development Services, where she worked as a liaison between wireless carriers and various government agencies throughout the Bay Area. And she worked on a number of necessary entitlement and land use approvals for wireless facilities throughout the Bay Area. And in prior years, she has been involved with complete street projects in the city of San Mateo and in Los Angeles County. She has a BS in civil engineering and in urban studies from UC Irvine and a master in regional and urban planning from UC Irvine as well. Welcome.
Thank you, John.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Ashley Woods, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a mandatory discretionary review for work to be performed on 1 La Avanzada Sutro Tower. Per Resolution 11399 adopted by the Planning Commission, a mandatory discretionary review is required for all building permit applications regarding Sutro Tower, its transmission equipment building, or any other part of its site. There are 2 building permits that are before you today under this mandatory DR application. The first permit proposes the removal of 5 existing antennas on the rooftop of Sutro Tower's facilities building and the relocation of 21 existing antennas to new locations on the roof of the facilities building. Additionally, this permit proposes the installation of an 8-foot tall parapet screen wall on the facilities building to screen the relocated and existing antennas. The second permit is the installation of a new landscaping as part of overall site improvements to the Sutro Tower area. Both the landscaping and parapet wall were submitted in February to meet the conditions of approval relating to the installation of new antennas that were approved by the Planning Commission in March of 2015. There are no other changes proposed to the overall tower itself, the main transmission building, or to tower lighting. The standard antenna conditions adopted on February 16, 2006 for all antenna-related permits accompanies this building permit to ensure sufficient installation, inspection, FCC emission compliance, and neighborhood communication. Additionally, email correspondence has been received by staff in the past week from one community member and the Forest Knolls Neighborhood Organization, in which they have commended Sutro Tower Incorporation's ongoing efforts and commitment to involve and work with the community in regards to site maintenance at Sutro Tower. The department recommends that the commission not take DR and approve these permits as proposed. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. I'm sorry, project sponsor. My apologies. Project sponsor.
President Fong, Vice President Richards, and members of the Commission. I'm Kristen Thal Peters, representing Sutro Tower, Inc., owner and operator of Sutro Tower. As Ashley Woods expressed, the two building permits before you today are for the installation of a parapet wall extension, relocation of antennas situated on top of the transmission building, and to essentially screen the permitted antennas, as well as a supplemental landscaping plan. As you will recall, as a condition of approval to our erosion control permit issued in March of 2015, we were required to initiate a review of potential screening systems for the permitted antennas and dishes currently located on the east-facing facade and roof of the main transmission facility, including a technical feasibility study for the potential relocation of such equipment. Such review and study was completed last year in accordance with the timetable by such condition. Notwithstanding the conclusions of an EIR in 2008, finding no significant environmental impacts associated with the operation of Sutro Tower, as well as an addendum issued in December of 2014 in response to neighborhood feedback regarding such systems and the study, last fall we voluntarily proposed to implement the proposed screening plan. In satisfaction of a second condition of approval in connection with our erosion control improvements, we submitted an additional landscaping plan to the Planning Department in September of 2015. While not required by the permit condition to do so, based on the feedback we received from the neighbors and the Planning Department, we voluntarily updated the landscaping plan to include several potted plants along a boundary fence. The supplemental plan before you today represents our best efforts to provide additional trees and other screening of the transmission building, facility equipment, and fenced-in areas from off-site locations, taking into account the location of existing permitted generators and HVAC equipment, as well as input from community members and adjacent property owners, including the San Francisco PUC, all as specifically required by the condition of approval. We understand from our local neighborhood liaisons that they have no issues with the supplemental landscaping plan before you today. However, we met a neighbor this afternoon who has not previously participated in the process. I will let him speak for himself, but I understand his concerns center around his desire for further landscaping on the PUC property adjacent to the tower. Given that we have an executed license with the PUC to proceed under the existing plan, we suggest that you support the project as presented today, and we encourage you to approve our current plan and allow us to attempt to address this new neighbor's concerns outside of this particular process. With regards to the applications before you, we remain committed to working with our neighbors to address their concerns with the existing landscaping and visual screening, and we believe our submittals under consideration today evidence that commitment. Thank you for your consideration, and myself and Eric Dousman, Chief Operating Officer of Sutro Tower, are here and available for questions.
Thank you. Now we'll bring it up to public comment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Stephen Lee, live on 92 Fairview Court, the last house looking directly towards the Sutro Tower. We can see the Sutro Tower from the kitchen, the bathroom, the bedrooms, and the living room. So that gives you an idea how close we are. So, like I just met them this afternoon, and I would like to propose some modification to it to add additional landscaping around Sutro Tower from where we are, so we don't have to face, with all these new relocations of the microwave. Our first concern is about the radio frequency, and based on reading on the permits and stuff, they do come to the house, or they do loan those devices for the house to monitor it. So I would like to have that to be placed in the house to to receive what the modification is, because I am a professional electrical engineer, and I do like to understand a little bit more who they are talking about the radio frequency. And the second thing is about the aesthetic, more landscaping around it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Christine Lindenbach on behalf of the Twin Peaks Improvement Association. We'd like to first of all thank the Commission very much for enforcing the conditional use permit for Sutro Tower, which requires that the building that Sutro Tower operates out of is screened by a forest. Is this thing working? Okay. And as you can see, we have significant improvements based on the packet that was provided by Sutro Tower. One issue of concern, however, is that the conditional use permit for Sutro Tower was actually drafted first in 1948 based on what we knew about technology back then for a single tower for one TV. Technology is constantly changing. The dishes that are currently on the roof were placed there initially absent a permit. A notice of violation was issued. The dishes were legalized. We have no understanding of what's coming with regard to the height of future antennas on top of the Sutro Tower or the building. I don't know if you can see this, if this zooms in or not, but in your packet you'll see that the screen that has been proposed does not screen all of the items that are on the top of the building. What really needs to happen here is the Planning Commission and the department needs to look at the conditional use permit and recognize, I do have copies of this to hand out, Mr. Ionin, for the Commission, that you can see that a number of these items in the future could be replaced and will be larger. There is no height limit on the top of that building. There's no height limit on how tall the future additions can be. You might be approving a 6-foot screen of glass today, and next week they're going to come in and ask you to put in a 20-foot tall antenna. What good is the glass wall that you're approving today if we have no height limits on the top of that building? We appreciate that you will probably approve this project today, but we understand that there are significant concerns additionally with the screening that is in place. As you can see, this is what's going to happen in 10 years. In 20 years, when I start collecting Social Security, we'll be getting to the part of where these trees will be this tall. But they really can't go much higher, actually, than the top of the roof, this line here, because of the line of sight problems. We need a comprehensive review. This is the 40th hearing that I've been to this tower. It's the 5th planner that I've met. And we would really like the opportunity to meet with Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Ram from the Director of Planning, because hopefully you'll be here a little bit longer, and maybe we'll be able to put some things in place that will be permanent safeguards for the neighborhood. In fact, I just learned that all of the TV antennas for Sutro Tower are probably going to be subject to replacement next year. What safeguards do we have in place to protect us from future additions of technology when we don't know what they are?
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, public comments closed. Commissioner Richards.
Yes. Question for the project sponsor. It seems the issue here is view, and we've been over the issue of the emission of any type of frequency that would affect anybody, and you're way under that. I'm assuming that's still the case. So
Much true.
Yes, thank you. So I looked at the growth patterns, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Is there a way to get mature trees planted there now? I mean, like a 50-gallon or 100-gallon?
What is before you today is the biggest trees that the slope can possibly maintain.
Okay.
Yeah. We truly have used best efforts to get the biggest trees that will function there.
Is there a way to terrace the slope? Would that be something that could help?
We've had landscape architects in to complete these plans, and they have worked with the PUC as well as with a professor from UC Berkeley to determine the best possible path that we can have to screen the building in the most efficient amount of time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think, Commissioners, if I could wait for a second, I think this was a condition of approval that you had placed on an earlier approval for the landscaping plan, and given the nature of the slope, I think we wouldn't want to kind of mess the slope, destabilize the slope in any way. So I think it probably makes sense not to keep the slope. But I do think that the request for a meeting in the future to think about future plans might be a good idea. So assuming you move ahead today, I'd be happy to host a meeting to talk with some of the neighbors and the Sutro Tower representatives maybe early next year to talk about future growth, just in general terms, if everyone would agree to do that. I think it's probably a good idea to do that, given the kind of changing nature, to get a handle on what their future plans might be and talk about future, if that makes sense.
We would certainly be open to that, and as has been expressed to the Planning Department on a number of times, the FCC has a new spectrum repacking process that is out, and we don't know what those are going to be, but we certainly have been discussing with the neighbors as well as the Planning Department our concerns on a going forward basis that we will have to address the FCC requirements at a very early stage.
So if I might, we keep in touch with Ashley on this, and when you know more about that information, maybe that would be a good time from the FCC. Maybe that would be a good time for me to host a meeting, and we can discuss how it might affect your future plans.
Welcome that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Richards.
I think it's a great idea. Do you have any other further comments regarding a meeting before I go ahead and make my motion?
Just to say thank you. I've so wanted to meet the Director of Planning for so long, and I finally got my wish. And maybe we could meet one time before the FCC plans, only because the history of Sutro Tower is so long and expansive, and it really will take maybe one meeting with just the neighborhood to voice our concerns. It's been going on since 1948, and I think it's time that we have that meeting sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. I make a motion to not take DR and approve the project as proposed.
Sir, did you mean to speak during public comment?
He did.
Well,
He did.
oh, sorry. Okay, so there's a motion, there's a second. Could you call the question, please?
Thank you. And then on that motion to not take DR and approve the project as proposed, Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us under your regular calendar for item 10, Citywide Planning Division 5-year work program. This is an informational presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adam Verrett, Acting Director of Citywide Planning Division. I'm here with our other Citywide Division managers to present to you an update to our Citywide Division 5-year work program. Jonas, can I have the screen? There you go. Up there. Thank you. We initially presented this work program to the Planning Commission in October 2014, so it represents a period from 2014 to 2019. But since that time, we've added a number of new initiatives and amended other aspects of this work program. So we saw this as a good opportunity to sort of present a midpoint refinement for our work program for this 5-year period. So I'm just going to talk briefly about who we are, what our planning priorities are, which are strategic directions for our work, our tools and methods, which is what we do and how we do it, and finally our key initiatives and deliverables, which is kind of a framing of all of our different projects and programs. So the Citywide Planning Division, as you know, is the city's long-range and strategic planning function. We work very closely with the other divisions in the department in developing our plans and policies to make sure they're clear and implementable. And I'm just going to walk through this diagram real quick. This is how we sort of frame our work with the planning priorities leading into these sort of key initiatives, or those become lenses for all the work that we do. And those lenses, in turn, are informed by community values, which we're continuously exploring and evaluating what it means for our work through outreach that we conduct for all of our ongoing projects. And it's also informed by looking at long-term trends and how the city's changing in terms of climate change, long-term demographic and economic trends, and thinking about what those mean for the future of our city and what we need to do to achieve the goals that we set out for ourselves. So our planning priorities are really the strategic directions for how we focus our work. This is not something we achieve in isolation. We work with other divisions, other agencies, community stakeholders, developers, and others. And as well, these are not just directions that are expected to resolve in 5 years, but they're really how we focus our work during this 5-year period. So these are our 5 planning priorities. I'm going to go through these on slides one by one. The first priority is working towards a more equitable, affordable, and diverse city. This includes such things as racial and ethnic equity, providing affordable housing options, and retaining a diverse job base in the city. And all of our key initiatives are working towards these priority policies. A second priority is working towards a more resilient and environmentally sustainable city. This involves aspects of long-term sustainability to reduce the city's environmental footprint and work towards a more regenerative approach. And it also relates to the city's adaptation work to adapt to the long-term effects of climate change and rising sea levels. We're also working with our sister transportation agencies, as you'll see in one of the initiatives, to strive for a more connected, equitable, and affordable transportation system. And the focus is really on bringing people, homes, jobs, and services closer together so people can use more sustainable modes of transportation, particularly walking and biking. And fourth, we're working towards an appealing and engaging urban environment. This priority is really about creating public spaces that are active, inviting, and encourage all people to enjoy our common public environment, really the sort of the common democratic space of the city where everyone can sort of come together. And finally, we're focused on helping create a democratic, connected, and inclusive city. This is a new priority since the previous iteration of this work program that you saw 2 years ago. And this relates both to the process of how we do our work in terms of how we engage communities, but also about working with communities and neighborhoods around the city to build sort of strong, resilient communities that have social connection, social capital, and interaction. So the next section is what we're calling our tools and methods. This is really what we do and how we do it. We work across a variety of topics from housing, land use, transportation, urban design, et cetera. I think what we wanted to emphasize here is that our unique lens that we bring here is looking across all of these topics. There are other agencies or divisions in the city that are working on the day-to-day management and implementation of specific topics, and our lens is to look at all of them and try to see the connections and convene conversations to help address these topics holistically. And then to do that, we engage in a variety of different types of work. So this is sort of what we do. We develop designs, plans, and programs. We do community planning. We do deep community engagement, community development work. We focus on information and analysis of planning systems, et cetera. And the last piece of this is what we're calling our essential practices. And these essential practices really form the basis for how we do our work. And we're really committed to incorporating these essential practices into all of the work that we do, all of our projects. So I'll just highlight a few of these. First, developing a narrative for all our projects so that we can really understand the purpose for whatever project it is and explain that clearly to the public. Leading with inquiry to hear and deeply listen to the needs and values of whatever community stakeholders we are talking to on a given project. And then related to that, we're committed to creating an inclusive engagement and engaging process. This is something that we're continuously evolving and working on over time, and really committed to reaching out to people who maybe can't or don't come to public meetings for whatever reason, and trying to get beyond our sort of usual suite of engagement tools and kind of reach beyond folks who normally come to meetings to folks who have a harder time getting to meetings. So the last section here, and maybe the meat of the presentation here, is kind of these key initiatives. And there were 5 the last time we presented this to you. We've added 3 new ones, which are the first 3 here, which are more, the original 5 were sort of geographic-based, and these 3 are more sort of topic-based, not necessarily rooted in a particular geography. The first one we're calling Advancing Community Equity and Opportunity. This is a new practice group that we formed about a year ago in response to tensions and turmoil that various communities around the city are experiencing relating to gentrification and displacement issues. And it really represents a shift to a more proactive and collaborative community planning approach towards the aim of generating equitable outcomes for our communities. And there's a specific focus on working with communities of color who have historically been less engaged in our planning processes, and really trying to do the work that we need to do to make sure these communities can engage in the planning decisions that affect their lives. So some of the key deliverables for this initiative are listed here. I'll just highlight a couple. The Mission Action Plan 2020, MAP 2020, which will be released shortly and will be before this commission early next year. This is a model for sort of deep community engagement and trust building, and an approach that we hope to apply to other neighborhoods as well. But you'll hear more about all of these projects in the future. I'm just going to touch on them really high level. We're also working towards a racial and ethnic equity action plan to help improve equity outcomes across the city, both with our internal workings and also externally, the impact of our plans and policies on racial outcomes in the city. The next initiative is called Housing for All. Obviously, as you are well aware and have had recent presentations on, we're dealing with an acute housing affordability crisis in the city. And so we're really focusing on 4 main goals through this initiative. We've long been engaged in policy work towards creating new housing opportunities, particularly affordable housing. But we're now starting to bring in sort of the existing housing side too, as most of our housing resources really resides in the existing housing supply. And so we're looking at planning mechanisms to help stabilize existing residents and the affordability of the existing housing supply. And then this initiative, we're also making sure to learn about what the community's needs and the housing supply are, and looking beyond our sort of traditional planning tools, zoning tools, to better match people within housing and services that can meet their unique needs. So some of the key deliverables within this initiative, first, as you heard last week, the inclusionary housing requirement update, and as you know, we've been working very closely with the Controller's Office on this. We've also been working on the Affordable Housing Bonus Program. The 100% affordable component of that was adopted in the spring, and we're continuing to work with the board around a mixed income option for this program. And then finally, the Affordable Housing Strategy will be looking at some of our housing trends and projections around housing affordability and demographics, and that's including existing and new housing, and developing a framework for how we might address these trends and concerns. So Connect SF is looking at creating a long-range transportation vision for the city. It's a multi-agency collaboration. We're working with our transportation agency partners here, SFMTA and SFCTA. We're managing the vision phase of this Connect SF effort, and it's really about bringing people together to have a collective vision for the long-range transportation future of the city. So that's the main key deliverable of that, is creating that vision, and then there are a number of projects, some that we manage, some that are managed by the other agencies that kind of fall out, that represent sort of more that next step towards implementation of some of the ideas in the vision, but they're all coordinated under this comprehensive transportation vision, future vision that we'll be looking at. And the next 5 initiatives are ones that you've seen before. We've updated them and adapted them a bit, so I'll go through them at a high level. Resilient and Sustainable Waterfront is about creating and maintaining a sustainable and active and fun waterfront in the face of natural hazards such as seismic vulnerability and sea level rise. And what we're really trying to do is create an opportunity for people to participate in the planning and dialogue around the waterfront, with the end goal of designing a waterfront that is ready for and adapted to sea level rise and other natural hazards. So what we're working towards here is a sea level rise vulnerability and risk assessment, which will lead into what we call an adaptation plan for how we might adapt the waterfront towards long-term rising sea levels. Excuse me. Celebrating the City Center is about bringing attention to the City Center, which plays a special role within the civic life of the city, where all people within the city can come together. And the initiative would really focus on enhancing the activation and use of public space in our civic spaces downtown, our streets and our plazas and our parks, and making these public spaces welcoming to everyone. Some of the key deliverables here might look familiar to you. We've just held and completed the second annual Market Street Prototyping Festival. It was a huge success. There was 500,000 people who visited that and really illustrated a new way for people to engage in the public spaces of Market Street. We're also starting work on a Civic Center Public Realm Plan, which will look at a long-term vision for improvements to the public realm, the plazas, streets, and parks of the Civic Center. Broadening out a bit, this is another initiative called the City of Neighborhoods, and it's really working within our neighborhoods to preserve their well-loved, unique qualities while helping to shape their future. And we're pioneering a number of things. Some of the objectives here are really to create neighborhoods where you can meet all of your daily needs within walking distance of your home, so sort of a 20-minute neighborhood concept, building on the unique characteristics of the neighborhoods, and providing a wide range of housing and transportation choices, and really sort of building up social capital within these neighborhoods. So we're working similar to the Mission Action Plan with, kind of deeply engaging with communities and helping to build that capacity as well. Some of the deliverables here would be an update assessment of our neighborhood commercial districts. It's been 30 years since we adopted the neighborhood commercial district zoning, and we want to assess kind of how that's doing and really have a baseline from which to assess changes. I mentioned the sort of deep engagement process. We've been working in the Richmond district on a Richmond action plan that really started with a sort of a community needs assessment and an existing conditions analysis before moving into a sort of recommendations phase. So it's that sort of deep analysis there. We're also working on initiative around how to make San Francisco more family friendly in terms of housing and transportation needs of families and how to retain families in the city. And finally, we have an ongoing public realm program, which does a lot of work in the neighborhoods, as embodied recently by the work, the plaza that was built at the Francis Scott Key Annex School site out at 43rd Avenue. The Emerging Southeast is a planning initiative focused on the southeast part of the city, where we expect to see about 75% of the city's growth over the next generation, up to 75,000 housing units and 150,000 jobs. And the key challenge here is really to connect these new neighborhoods into the city and make sure that they are complete neighborhoods and that they build on and enhance the existing communities and provide opportunities for existing communities and residents in those areas as well. So some of the key deliverables here, the Central SOMA plan, we've just published the revised plan and are currently holding a series of public workshops. You're familiar with that. The Rail Yard Alternatives and Boulevards study is looking at how we're bringing regional rail and ultimately high-speed rail into downtown San Francisco. And we're working also with a number of major development sites to help shape these developments and maximize sort of our public benefits and the improvements of these developments. And finally, what we call the Southeast Framework, which would kind of knit all of these projects together around a comprehensive vision for open space, transportation, and other public benefits. And finally, this is the last initiative we call Bridging the Bay, and this is really working with our regional partners on regional planning efforts around the region, which we're getting increasingly involved with in the recognition that we can't solve our issues around housing or jobs or transportation or climate change adaptation on our own, that these issues don't stop at the city's borders. We can't solve them in the city's borders, but we can take a leadership role and provide some best practices and work with our regional partners to help improve these outcomes at a regional level. So we're engaging in a number of regional planning efforts with ABAG, with MTC, such as Plan Bay Area, which is underway right now. Also the Bay Area Resilient by Design Challenge, working with BCDC, which we helped set up and launch, and a number of others. So finally, what are we doing with this? We'd love to hear your feedback, and then the intention is to take this, and this becomes a frame for our regular 2-year budget requests, how we prioritize our work, prioritize our staffing, how do we train our staff for the skills that they need to be able to achieve this work program, and really becomes a frame for how we communicate about the work that we do and why we do it in our ongoing community engagement, on our website, et cetera. So with that concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer questions. Our other citywide managers who are specific experts on these various initiatives are also here if you have specific questions on any of the initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Opening up to public comment, I only have one speaker card, Tom Radulovich.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tom Radulovich, Executive Director of Livable City. Just here to ask you to look at this work program closely, and we think there's some missing pieces in terms of our big planning archipelago that we've got here. One is San Francisco has no land use element in its general plan, which is very curious. It's a required element under state law, but we don't have one. We have something called a land use index, which refers to some area plans, which cover less than a third of the city. It also refers to some land use related policies in other elements. Mr. Verrett talked about developing a narrative, and we think a land use element is a really important way of talking about, well, why do land use controls exist in San Francisco? What are we trying to do? It's not that we don't have land use controls. We have hundreds of pages of them. It's just there's no coherent narrative about how they exist and why they what they're trying to do. The other thing is, as we're updating other elements of the general plan, housing, transportation, et cetera, you can't do that if you don't really understand your land use picture. So we think a land use element is very, very important. The new guidance on this says that land use elements should address things like climate change, sustainability, healthy communities, so incorporating health into all the policies of the city, and equity and environmental justice. These are core San Francisco values, and we don't really understand how they fit together with land use. There's no narrative about how those things do that. There's no policies or strategies for improving outcomes in any of those areas with regard to land use. They mentioned the 20-minute neighborhood, that idea that everyone should live within walking distance of a neighborhood commercial district that's got all the things that you want. That's great. That's a great land use policy. So that should be in your land use element of your general plan. The other thing we'd like to see is a revival of neighborhood planning. As we mentioned to you, we went through a big spurt of neighborhood plans, 2008, 2009, Better Neighborhoods, Eastern Neighborhoods. We have two do-overs. We have Central Corridor, and we've got the Hub. But really, neighborhood planning in San Francisco just has really lapsed. We're not doing new neighborhood plans, and we think that you should. We think that when you do a land use, when you do a neighborhood plan, it should have four elements. One is land use. One is transportation. You really need to plan for the transportation infrastructure necessary to accommodate current needs and growth and get us where we want to go in terms of mode shift and sustainability and TDM. You need streetscape, open space, and public facilities plans, and then you need a stabilization strategy. You need to make sure that we're preserving existing affordable housing. We're not displacing residents, businesses, and institutions that are necessary for livability of those neighborhoods. So if you look at all the plans that we've done, some have one of those four elements, some have three of the four elements. No neighborhood has really got all four of the four. So we'd ask that you need to start filling in the gaps, which elements are missing in what neighborhoods, and then start new area plans. Let's get back on that because we had some good results from the last time around. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much shorter than Tom. Sue Hester, Tom raised really interesting questions, and I wish to expand on them. One of the things that I seem to be focused on because I live in the city is there needs to be some place that talks about the terrain of the city. We're a city of mountains in the middle of the city, and we're a city that ignores the planning and ignores the circulation. The Muni lines don't go so good in the southeast part of the city. So I'm putting on the table planning department has to start thinking in 3D terms about how the city really works. And part of that is, how do you change the Muni operations to take into account hills? When you talk about the southeast part of the city, I've been here a lot of times when people from Otero Hill have talked about how they're climbing walls because the thing that dropped out of the eastern neighborhoods implementation is a bus system, and they're still isolated. They have a number 19, and they don't have really good muni transit. People that are able-bodied, that walk everywhere, that come in on BART to the planning department, don't understand how the city works. Second, you had a presentation under general public comment about how UCSF is changing the nature of Dogpatch in reality. Planning needs to go back and have a second session on where we are in the eastern neighborhoods, because the planning process was done back when there was a great recession in the early part of the 2000s. And nothing has been updated, and there's just controls based on what existed 15 years ago are not good for controls for today. And we need to, if we are going to concentrate development in Southeast, I believe it's in the Southeast. I'm here all the time for the Southeast. That's a real world. So if we're going to really expand housing, we need to really expand transit, and we really need to understand the way you can get around is limited by hills. That's the thing that I'm looking for in the planning department. I'm looking for a shot of the real world. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, this public portion of the hearing, public portion of this item is closed. Commissioner Hillis.
So a question, I mean, I think you've hit on in your work program, many of the topics we see here on a weekly basis and ones that should be explored on a citywide basis. One question, though, I had was on kind of general design, civic design, urban design, the residential design guidelines, which we heard a lot about a couple weeks ago. It's not part of the citywide program. How does that work, and how does that fit into your work? Because obviously there's design elements in everything you're doing and everything we do in the other portions of the planning department do. But how does that all work, and how does the input of citywide planning get into those discussions?
Thanks for asking that question. I think we do have a urban design group, the city design group within our citywide division, and we have a strong sort of design review function within the department that's shared within citywide and current planning divisions that is looking at the urban design guidelines. So it sort of falls within both. I didn't highlight it here, but that building design as well as public realm design is a key part of our work. So
Okay.
it's something we work in tandem with our current planning division as well.
Yeah, and I don't know if it needs to be called out. I mean, we certainly hear, I think, frustration or, people not happy, both from design professionals and architects, on how the design process evolves from neighbors and neighborhoods on what's being built in the city. And I think it could be a discussion that's elevated to the level, of the issues you're looking at. So that would be my only comment. I mean, I think the things you're landing on are right in should be the ones that the citywide group is looking at. But I'd add that to the discussion just from what we hear every day. I mean, I think we've got frustration too of sometimes what starts in this process and what comes out and gets built. So if we could get an elevated discussion of design, I think that would be appropriate. And then to Mr. Radulovich's question, I'd just be curious to hear your response on that. I mean, certainly there was a time when we were looking at kind of a bunch of neighborhood plans, and a big chunk of the city was being.
Yeah.
And I think there are elements of this. I mean, you're looking at the southeast, maybe not calling it a neighborhood plan, or the waterfront, which is kind of has issues, maybe not considered a neighborhood, but there's similar issues throughout the waterfront. So I'm not sure. I get his point. I'm not sure I would. There's a neighborhood out there. I think we should be, involved in a broader neighborhood plan, but just wanted to hear your reaction to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think I would say that we are working in the neighborhoods where we see that sort of change or a certain particular need that we identify that we feel that we're responding to. And I think there, as Mr. Radulovich mentioned, there are a couple places that are ongoing neighborhood plans. You know, some of the overlapping geographies where we've already done it, where we're going back and sort of changing some of what we had previously determined. But I think there's also a new approach that we're working on, and we are doing neighborhood planning work, but in a different way. In the Mission, in the Richmond, we're starting work in the Excelsior that is really about going into these communities and listening and hearing what the concerns of those communities are, really focusing deeply on the sort of stabilization and concerns about displacement issues. And so I would call that a type of neighborhood planning that we're working on, a more sort of strategic focus, issue-based, or based on whatever sort of the main concerns are in those areas.
If I might just add to that, that's been a big point of discussion with the citywide team and the department and others for quite a number of months. Should we be kind of doing a new round of neighborhood planning like Eastern Neighborhoods or Market Octavia? My sense is that we should not right now, and for a couple of reasons. One is the reasons that Adam mentioned, because we're more focused, issue-based, particularly on housing issues, and on community stabilization issues like the MAP 2020 plan. So that is a shift of emphasis, or at least a shift in resources from staff to some of that type of work. But the second thing is, in the Southeast strategy is an example of this. We think it's important to take those neighborhood plans, some of which were pretty not as connected as well as they should be, and really look at look at kind of what connects them all, and look at a whole quadrant of the city like Southeast, not to develop new neighborhood plans, but to see how we should better connect those neighborhoods and create better transportation connections and better connections to the waterfront, all those issues where the vast majority of growth is going to happen. So what you see reflected here is taking, I would argue, taking those neighborhood plans to the next level of implementation, and refining them so that we can really get a handle on that growth as it happens. I could see us, 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road, starting a new round of neighborhood planning in some parts of the city. But for the next few years, I would prefer us to kind of take the ones we have and kind of making sure that they work.
Commissioner Melgar.
So I had a couple of questions. You talked about making the city more an easier place for families to stay in the context of housing. And so it occurs to me that there's other things besides specifically just housing, that make it a good place to live. I mean, childcare is one, hospitals, parks, and schools. And so I don't see that in the work plan in terms of how we are talking to other planning that is going on in the school district, recreation and parks department.
Sure.
So other than housing, where is that in the plan?
So let me turn that over to Sue Exline, who is kind of managing our family-friendly housing work, our family-friendly city work.
Okay. Hi, Sue.
Thank you. Yeah, so we didn't list kind of everything we wanted to work on underneath that umbrella. So as you mentioned, Commissioner Johnson and I are starting to think about childcare and what we can do on that front. We are just kind of launching this initiative, and we are coordinating with the school district. And we've been meeting with them kind of regularly on different things. We've done some temporary improvements. So it's kind of all buried in there, and we are right now writing that all up to provide a framework document, and then this housing piece, and we'll be coming here in January to kind of give you a little bit more detail on that initiative.
Okay, great. So I had one other question, and that is under the key initiatives, the Advancing Community Equity, very lofty, and I'm wondering what, Adam, what you think is a possible specialized training that staff might need to be effective, or is there any? I mean, do you think that it's anyone who can just walk into a low-income community and do this effectively?
I do think it takes some training. We have actually a cohort of planners from throughout the department who have been doing actually a year-long training in racial equity and developing a racial equity action plan, and that involves a lot of components about engagement, leadership, building a racial equity action tool. There's a really vast sort of range of work that can do it, but I do think it takes training, it takes trust, it takes, I think, understanding. In some cases, it helps to have people, if we're going into a neighborhood, a certain race or ethnicity is represented there, to have people of that same race or ethnicity so that there's sort of a shared understanding and life experience. So I think all of those things. And so part of that is having a more racially and ethnically diverse staff, which is something we would strive to achieve as well. Yeah.
I think I'll take the next stab, Mr. Varant. So one of the things, as I sit up here, I struggle how to tie all this together. I mean, there's threads and threads and threads of work going on, and I'm trying to figure out how everything relates to each other. Kind of like, case in point, how does your group do strategic planning? You listed it down here as like a method, I think, to get to, like, how do you do strategic planning? You don't have to go into great detail, but just a quick narrative.
Sure. I mean, some of that work is related to the work we've been doing around with some of the directors of the other departments, and really working on sort of aligning the department's strategic objectives and goals, and setting out sort of a path for how we can work across departments, not just from our own department, but across topics and that sort of thing. So that's kind of what that's referring to.
Right.
Yeah.
And you had in here, was it scenario planning? I highlighted it. Scenario planning and modeling.
Yeah.
So question I have is, a lot of the frustration we've seen, I think, at least since I've been on the commission, was, if we'll take neighborhood plans as a case in point, they were very long time horizons, like 20, 25 years. They were done at the bottom of an economic cycle and then kind of rolled out just as we were climbing out of it. And in the past, 5 years or whatever, the environment shifted dramatically, and the marketplace has shifted dramatically. And I guess the question I have and the frustration comes around the things that we saw, 8 or 9 or 10 years ago. Things have changed. We have Uber, we have Airbnb, we have Google buses, we have all these things that we didn't anticipate. So how do we shift gears? And I know it's hard to do quickly, but when we see something emerging, how do we say, from a contingency planning point of view, if this happens, this is what we do? I mean, is that written somewhere?
That's a tough question. It's a good question.
I used to manage project manager for Hewlett-Packard, so I kind of know this.
Yeah.
Contingency planning is a tricky business, but when you get it right, you really get it right. You don't have things falling apart because you have a great plan on a what-if. So a lot of these things, I mean, we talk about the race issues, and the race-based equity and how it spreads through all these things. The comment I would have would be, God, if we didn't see the population of African Americans going down, we didn't have a contingency plan, what's the point of having it when there's none left? I mean, if it keeps going down, and we're saving a smaller and smaller number of people to do it, and we obviously have to attract new people. So the contingency planning, to me, is something I really like to understand and how you do it, because I think planning is a current-based look into the future, and we plan there, but we miss it. Like, we don't have a futurist on staff. I know a company I just worked for had a futurist, and he said, this is where the world's going, and that's how they design their products. So if we didn't see sharing economy, say, coming on the horizon, how would we have known how to even address it or plan for it? So just something that I think, planning's looking into the future. You need somebody who really can understand, or at least have a glimpse of that. Another thing I struggle with is, in the tying this all together category, we struggle each week up here on, and I'll use an example, parking ratios. It's something that we've got people that want more parking, less parking, no parking, and then we talked about a number of spaces that are being used, and Commissioner Johnson said she's seen buildings in Mission Bay where it's less than 100%, a lot less, and so, but yet we still, the information analysis and the kind of the planning for the future, sometimes I don't feel translates into recommendations or basis for recommendations on our everyday work. So why would we want to approve 0.75 parking on just a project somewhere when the car ownership ratio is 0.5 and the world's going to 0.25? So these are the things that I find the disconnect on. So what we might find ourselves with here is empty parking garages that we have no contingency plan for in the future because nobody's driving. This is hyperbole, right? So what do we do with that? So where's our contingency plan? We change it to allow something else to go there. These are things we've mentioned many, many times up here. What happens when the world changes? What do we do from a land use point of view? I think the other thing is, these are nice. These are all very good. Don't take this as a bad criticism. I think this is great work. But we have things in kind of nice, neat boxes, 2016, 17, 18, and you got to have a plan for how you're going to do resources and budget. A question I have, I guess maybe this is around contingency planning. How did you prioritize all these? We have kind of different focus areas with each year. Is there one in there that's like really hyper important or acute that we should put more resources on because it's calling our name, rather than do something now that we could actually defer till later?
Right.
I mean, how do we deal with that?
Yeah, and these are all good questions. I think to your last point, I think those sort of planning priorities that we showed at the beginning of the presentation is sort of how we're attempting to sort of prioritize the work that we do. So, is it achieving one or more of these goals, and what can we do that could most get us the furthest towards achieving those goals? So that's where some of these sort of more comprehensive types of projects come in. And just to your point about sort of contingency planning and sort of long-term, future predicting, I don't think we can predict a single future, but I think with the scenario planning, that is, and we're actually starting to do that through Connect SF, and I can let Peter Albert talk about that a little more. But we are trying to improve our long-term foresight so that we can look at these long-term trends and say, where are we going? Where do we want to be? And then if we want to get there, what do we have to do to get there? So that's the goal, and maybe Peter can speak to kind of how the scenario planning process works a little bit.
I think those three sentences you did are very, very important, and I'd love to see how that would translate into our day-to-day stuff here each week, too.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Albert. And there's a fourth question, which is, how did we get it so wrong in the past? I think that's what I heard you say. For instance,
that was the premise.
One of the opportunities when you work as long as I have and these kinds of things, you realize that some of the objectives you set out to do, let's say back in the 1980s, and projecting futures for transportation, for instance, and seeing how close you got it and how some things you just couldn't have anticipated became the driving forces or the external forces that, had we known, we might have done things differently. One of the new experiments we're working on right now is scenario planning. I'm actually, my staff are meeting right now with a self-described futurist whose expertise is to say, instead of just thinking that you're following a model and it's going to say you should be here by now if you're here today, to work much more intuitively and much more expansively on the trends that really do change outcomes. The idea, for instance, that when I was working with the planning department the last time around, we were really trying to get people to get into this notion of transit-oriented development, how great it would be to live next to transit. And yes, people will actually want it. We wanted to convince developers that people would line up maybe to try living in it. We didn't anticipate that we might be so successful that that became one of the biggest, most expensive challenges of living in the Bay Area. And, we didn't think about so many other levels of ramifications, equity, stabilization, gentrification, those kinds of things. I think this scenario planning exercise should be something we all pay attention to. My term with Connect SF is pretty short. I'm out of here in about 7 months. My future is a little bit more precise than maybe where we want to go in 50 years. But what I hope to do in this vision process with the staff and this futurist is talk about the trends that will shape outcomes. We did an exercise just yesterday that may be interesting for you. We talked about the drivers we see that shape transportation, going well beyond just transportation, things like the economy or the demographic changes. Take, for instance, a millennial working pattern today, so different than how people used to commute even 5 years ago. The introduction of technology, TNCs. And then we were asked to figure out which one of those really influenced transportation and which of those have been really hard to predict. Just going through that exercise was eye-opening. We came up with 6 or 7 things that are volatile and hugely influential. How we take that and shape where we should be in 50 years is going to be what we learn through scenario planning. But here's the confidence I have in this exercise. The person that we're working with, Nicole Boyer, would be willing to come and talk to the Commission in the future, maybe a check-in. But she's worked with apartheid. She's worked with huge conflicts between Greenpeace and the Port of Vancouver. And she was able to get them to find out how much common ground they actually have. They were spending a lot of time fighting in the periphery. And they came toward futures that are much more real and are actually what are closer to where they're going than they ever would have thought from the old sort of project and plan mode. Mm-hmm. So follow Connect SF. This will be a really interesting exercise for us. We're going to work with scenario planning in a very different way. We're looking to bring in a few stakeholders that are going to be some of the regular people. We always think, the people from different community groups and advocacy groups. We're going to throw in creatives, people we usually don't involve in this kind of exercise, artists, writers. We're going to have an intensive series of workshops that go to 3 or 4 scenarios and get down to 1. We're going to do this in a very transparent way so the public is engaged throughout. But I think at the end of that process, which is about April or May, all of the planning group will learn what scenario planning can offer for us and how we can be better at projecting a kind of outcome that, the classic planning textbooks didn't help us find.
Sure. That's absolutely amazing. I'm stunned by your response. Now, does that futurist help all the different other focus areas?
She's introducing scenario planning to us via Connect SF. She swears that this is applicable to everything we're doing, and I think we're all following along.
Fantastic. Thanks. I guess 2 more comments, and I'll pass the mic. The contingency planning is like the iterative portion of, like, we have these long-range plans, but we don't see a lot of iteration. We struggled up here with Eastern neighborhoods. It's set in stone, and we're just going to plow through it. Yet we have members of the community come in saying the plan needs tweaked, right? And so how do you think we best iterate those? I mean, it's not a current planning thing. It's maybe a citywide planning thing.
Yeah.
Well, I might just weigh in on that, too. I mean, I think we have said, we had, if you recall, the report on Eastern neighborhoods a few months ago, and we have done a lot of work looking at the Eastern neighborhoods plan of the zoning controls within the MAP 2020 process in particular, and we've acknowledged that those things need to change. I think the challenge always is that type of iteration, unfortunately, just takes time. Yeah. We can't, because of public process, because of the legislative process, it's hard for us to react in the same period of time that the world is changing. Right. It's hard to. So when you change legislation, you want to go through a public process. You want to work with the community, with property owners, and we need to go through the legislative process. I think we all agree that while the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan is a solid plan, there's changes that need to happen, and we do want to put some of those forward. But it does. There's just a reality in terms of the time it takes to respond to those changes. And that sounds like an excuse, but I do think there is a time element here that's not typical of the private sector, for example.
Maybe it's just put a stake in the ground and just be more aggressive than normal. I don't know. And one last comment. I see AHPB. I see neighborhood character listed in these documents. I think part of engaging the public in the Invest in Neighborhoods vis-a-vis AHPB, et cetera, is really letting everybody know out there that comes and always complains about change that these kind of objectives aren't mutually exclusive. You can have change if you have the kind of some input from the neighborhoods in the right places. And again, I saw that on AHPB when I walked around Noe Valley. So it's out there. It's just when the neighborhoods don't feel like they've been engaged a lot, they kind of want to just say no to everything. So it's not mutually exclusive. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Alpert, I argue that iterative planning of the 80s was just what it could be at the time that it happens. We didn't have the tools, nor any idea or inkling of the tools that we have today. So that having been said, even with the highest technology, the iterative part is the only thing by which we connect planning to the reality of what's happening, of not what's ahead of us and what we might achieve. But that is an argument over a cup of coffee.
Glass of wine.
No, I didn't say that. The question I'm asking is, visioning the city of the future is a topic that you presented under the leadership of Mr. Kelly a few months ago. I assume that the parts and pieces you're describing are part of visioning the future. I didn't see you mention that. My question to you is, what are you doing listening to what's happening in the rest of the world? And that is the idea of the city as experiment. And you mentioned visioning the city of the future, visioning the future of transportation. And I'd love to see scenarios which really take the most idealistic way of using technology and using tools other people have been using for a long time, and we have never even touched them. BRT has been around for decades, Curitiba, Brazil. We are starting these things. What is on the horizon of what cities are doing now, which we have not even considered thinking about? I'm interested to see Supervisor Wiener's plan about the extension of the rapid transit throughout the city, not based on particular lines, but on a network that is comprehensive and indeed embraces the future. Into that question goes the question how we are visioning the densified metropolis of 1.2 million people in San Francisco in the future. How do we do that? That is land use density and livability and all the things of open space and all the building blocks each of you are working on. The city's experiment, as of yesterday, Sweden, Germany, Norway have embraced the idea that by next year each new building must have electric car charging outlets in their homes. We are far away from doing that because it's much too expensive to retrofit. That goes into speaking about an auto industry which in the very near future will not produce fossil fuel cars anymore. That's a major step in challenging the assumptions we are still using. Parking small cars as the benefit of one parking space. You can keep the numbers of cars, yet you have the size of the cars. Those are all ideas which I rarely hear speak about, but I would pose the challenges in support of what you were describing of future visioning, to look at what the rest of the world is doing and then be as challenging and as challenging as you can be, let's say it that way.
Thank you. I think the conversation about the future actually could be from other parts of the staff, but I am going to weigh in on some of the transportation issues. And I appreciate that, Commissioner Moore, because in the definition of what are the trends or the new technologies that influence transportation and how much of those are hard to predict, I don't think that San Francisco gets much more license to pretend it is the capital of Silicon Valley when you visit other cities like Seoul and see how well integrated they have with technology to make transit reliable, to help anticipate capacity problems before people have to try and squeeze onto the trains and the platforms. So there is a whole co-learning process that's going to prefigure these workshops. These scenario planning workshops don't just start with people stepping in cold. The research data stage that we're building right now is getting exactly at that. It's looking at, these problems aren't the first times that urbanists or urban residents have had to contend with bad transportation. They've been solved and advanced in so many other places. How can they apply to San Francisco? What are we actually doing that other cities are coming around and inspecting in ours? After that research stage is done, we do this process with the stakeholders. The stakeholders themselves are a big part of the success of this. These aren't just people who like to report at commissions. These are visionary thinkers. These are high-level people with credentials and resumes that make them the great leaders in the conversation. So while what I would like to do, and this is maybe my next visit in front of you, would be the summary of our research stage going into the workshops, how we're testing things, what pioneer cities we're looking at, what technologies we've been afraid to talk about. One thing I do want to pitch is we made some great success just with the TDM ordinance. That is an example, I think, of some groundbreaking transportation policy that enables us to be much more responsive with technology to getting people in transportation in a way that they cooperate rather than fight with each other. So I will pledge to come back and talk to you at the close of the research stage, but I wanted to, would it be you, Neil, on the general future conversation?
I'd like to add one point, if I may. I love experiments. I like futuristic thinking. If you could also bring with experimenting that not each experiment we do turns the city into chaos, I would appreciate that, because the current experiments we are making with Uber and Lyft or whatever the names are have not made the city a safer or more livable place. To the contrary. I was on the bus yesterday where literally everybody who gets on the bus is feeling unsafe and is complaining about that the city in the last year or two or three is turning more and more into chaos because of unregulated things which do not meet the objectives that all of you are describing.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. A lot to go over here. This is really fantastic. Looking forward to future hearings, I think, on the staffing and the budget and how you guys are actually going to accomplish this. I have a couple comments and then a question about how we're going to get to that, well, the staffing and the budget piece. The first one is, we were talking about sort of the racial and equity lens and going through to different neighborhoods, and I think I won't get on a soapbox or a soliloquy about this, but what I will say is that I think that a good model that the city already has is how we've approached TOPE SF and a redevelopment of our public housing projects, which is currently underway. They have really done an excellent job of integrating community members into the development process and looking at the projects holistically, not just housing, but also services and phasing and looking at stabilization of current residents for the most part. There's not a ton of economic activity in those areas, but especially with residents. And I think that that's a model that we can use to going into many different areas of the city when we're looking at constituencies that don't have a history of advocating for themselves at the planning department and other city agencies. So I don't think that this is an area where we need to start from scratch and throw up our hands and say we don't know what to do and how do we do it and who should we train. We have people in the city who are already doing this with partnerships with developers and other private sector individuals, and it's happening. I wanted to mention again Mr. Radulovich's comments about a land use element and/or reviving neighborhood plans. And I'd actually argue that I think that I would agree with Director Ram that I think we're on the right track with implementation and with looking at how do we weave together some of the neighborhood plans that we already have and look at some of the larger swaths like eastern neighborhoods and the southern Bayfront that really need to see some more integrated thinking and planning. My issue that I've had with neighborhood plans since I began sort of looking at them and sort of seeing how they're structured is that in order to really make them go and make them be able to really realize the dream, we have to have more integrated agency cooperation than what we have going on right now. A neighborhood plan that only talks about physical land use and buildings doesn't really do much if we don't also have cooperation and collaboration on rec and park and open space and MTA, on transit phasing and all of that. And right now, the way we're currently set up, we have a ways to get there with that collaboration before any neighborhood plan, no matter how fabulous, will really go. And so I think that some of what I see in the citywide initiative, the initiatives that are laid out in this plan from the planning department, it actually will go a long ways towards creating that collaborative environment because many of these initiatives do require working together with MTA and Rec and Park and OEWD and other agencies. So I think once you have that culture of collaboration and it's sort of a natural thing that you just work together on these projects, then we can broach the topic of neighborhood plans. But until then, neighborhood planning will just be about, creating these huge documents of these dreams that either don't come to fruition or need to be changed very soon thereafter after they're enacted and people start working with them. And that's just my opinion on that. Love what Mr. Albert, who was retired for like 5 seconds, love what you were saying about Connect SF and the Futurist. As a proud Spur board member and urbanist, I love that kind of stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing the findings, and I do hope that we do some future scenario planning. I think that there's only, unfortunately, a futurist would say they love to look at 100 years out. They'd love to get real big picture with where is the culture taking us, and unfortunately we don't work in those kind of time scales, right? We work on legislation that if we enact it, it starts working, today, next year, 2 years from now. And so I think we do have an issue with the time scales not really matching up, but I'm looking forward to seeing how it works out with Connect SF and how it might work for the rest of the city. So then getting to my two questions. The first one is I think another commissioner talked a little bit about neighborhood character, and one thing that I feel I don't think it's missing, that I didn't really see in sort of the initiatives going forward is, are we undertaking any efforts, or do we feel we've already done efforts to sort of document what we mean by that? And because I kind of feel like this conversation came up, at least personally, the first time that I heard it really coming up was when we were talking about the governor's by right housing legislation that he had proposed a few months back. And one of the lines in it was saying, how the projects would have to meet all objective standards of the area they're in. And I say that because neighborhood character is one of those things that we really haven't made many objective standards about. And I think if we're going to lay it out continue to lay out as a policy priority, it's something we need to do. And so I'm just asking the question, is there any work that we want to do about that, that we have done, that you feel that maybe I just don't know about it?
I think it's a good question. It could fit into our City of Neighborhoods initiative, and part of the work that we do in individual communities about what are the values and the qualities that are loved by that community, and how can we keep those and build on them as those neighborhoods evolve. That is the goal of that initiative. So,
and I might just add to that. I mean, I think when you hear when you hear community members come and talk about neighborhood character, they're often talking about physical aspects. I think because we're often dealing with issues of bulk and height of buildings and that sort of thing. It's hard to objectify those, or wrong word. It's hard to create objective standards around those, and we're trying to get there with the design guideline work. But I do think that the point I think that is just as important, if not more important, is that it's not just about buildings. It's about the types of businesses. I mean, a lot of the work in the City of Neighborhoods initiative is about what's happening in the neighborhood commercial districts. And I think most neighborhoods kind of define those as the core or the soul of their neighborhood, for example. And what does it really mean? I mean, it's not just about the size of buildings. It's about the types of businesses and the types of activities and the range of services that are provided in those neighborhoods. And that's, I think, that is a lot of what we're working on in that whole initiative called City of Neighborhoods. And maybe what we need to do is be more explicit about that, since that term neighborhood character comes up a lot. We can try to be more explicit about how we do that and how we think we're addressing it. But I do think it's not just about buildings. It's about all those other activities that really make a neighborhood.
I would agree. And I think that we have seen it a little bit up here when we had the sort of the idea of the Mission Cultural District that came from certain community members and was attached as an idea to certain projects in the mission. I think that conversation kind of started up here in that way and more explicitly. And so I agree. I do think, though, and maybe it's not to be written into initiative, that there is something to thinking about when we actually do think about physical characteristics and not just so other cultural things. What is there that we can say? Because especially as we think about projects that may increase taking advantage of the state density bonus, if we pass an affordable housing density bonus, if we start looking at some of the, the Southern Bayfront and the Eastern neighborhoods and start really looking at changing some of those neighborhoods. As a commissioner, it's very challenging to sort of use a amorphous term of neighborhood character to shape any of those decisions. Like, I would really love to see something a little bit more objective than the tools that we have right now. But that's just more of a comment and just something I didn't see in the planning. And so I think with that, my final question is, you got a lot of 2017 things on here. And my question is, what's the next step here in terms of planning and prioritizing, seeing the ebb and flow of how things have come through the commission? It can be challenging to do too many things in a quarter. So what was the idea behind some of the phasing of some of these things?
Yeah, no, I mean, most of those ones that say 2017 is ongoing work. It's the work you're already hearing about, like the Central SOMA plan or the hub. So I think we have a lot of people and a number of teams in the department working on these different projects, and they're not all going to hit at once. It will be kind of over the course of the year. But these are projects that are well underway. Some of them we listed as 2016. Those are obviously we've already done or are about to complete those. So there is, it's not all new work. I guess that's the point. And so it represents the work that the 50 or so people in the citywide division are doing every day. Yeah.
Awesome. I think a couple more last comments based on other commissioners' comments. I think Commissioner Johnson nailed it on the head with neighborhood character. It's legitimized in the document, but to everybody it means different things. So when you go out to do the UDG, which applies to the commercial corridor, and you're going to do a commercial corridor assessment, there are RDGs, which we hope are going to be coming, but once you're out in the neighborhoods, try to get as much as you can and get a definition or understand what neighborhood character is. And I asked a question last week around change is going to happen, but what do we want our neighborhood to look like? What do we want the city to look like? It's a good question to ask when you're out in the neighborhoods. Because we're going to have people march in every week on DRs and things and say it doesn't work for neighborhood character, yet we really don't have a guide on, well, how does it fit, not fit, and where do we want it, what do we want the neighborhood to look like? I think to Mr. Albert's point, I definitely want you to come back all the time and tell us how you were successful. So not we delivered a document. It's, okay, now we got the document, what happened? I think that's really what everybody's interested in. And to the extent that resources shorten timelines, on your comment, Director Am, ask for them and let's talk about the trade-offs. So it shouldn't be resources that are doing the timelines. It should be really the process itself determining the timelines. Thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks.
If there's nothing else, Commissioners, we can move on to item 11 for case number 2014.1279 ENX at 249 Pennsylvania. This is a large project authorization, Commissioners, and please note that after hearing and closing public comment on September 15th, 2016, you continued this matter to today by a vote of 5-0. Commissioner Richards, you were absent on that day, and Commissioner Melgar, you have not yet been seated on this commission. If both of you can acknowledge that you have reviewed the previous materials and the hearing video, you can both participate in today's hearing.
I did.
I did too.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Jonas, I have a few handouts for the group. Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Chris Towns with Planning Department staff. The item before you was previously heard by the Planning Commission on September 15th, 2016. At that hearing, the Commission adopted a motion of intent to approve with conditions and continued the proposed project to November 3rd. For reference, the project included a request for a large project authorization for the construction of a new 4-story, 40-foot tall mixed-use building with 59 dwelling units and approximately 3,400 square feet of ground floor PDR. As part of the LPA, the project sought modification from planning code requirements for rear yard, dwelling unit exposure, and horizontal mass reduction. The Planning Commission continued the project in order to allow the sponsor to provide adequate time for to coordinate the development of the Costa-Hawkins agreement with the City Attorney's Office as well as the Planning Department, as well as to give them an opportunity to refine the green wall design element along the rear property line at the rear courtyard. The Commission had previously expressed concerns that the green wall plans lacked clarity and may negatively impact the visual connection between the adjacent elevated freeway and the project site. As a result, the Commission requested that the sponsor refine the green wall design to resolve their concerns. As directed by the Planning Commission, the current proposal now includes a completed Costa-Hawkins agreement, which has been included in your packet. The sponsor has also provided updated plans to address the Commission's concerns regarding the green wall. These changes include the following. To ensure a less monolithic wall, solid vertical elements now define 2 separate stepped sections of the wall. To provide further material differentiation and further reduce the apparent mass, the rectangular planters embedded within the garden wall differ from the framework. Drip irrigation has been specified for the wall-embedded planters, which can be maintained using lifts from within the courtyard. Other panels in the Mondrian-inspired wall patterning are composed of a resin acrylic material that will allow diffuse sunlight to pass through both sides. And the sponsor, I believe, will be giving a presentation on their proposed refinements. The sponsor has also provided calculations to demonstrate that the wall is 50% visually transparent, and the plans now accurately reflect the height of the green wall in relation to the elevated freeway, which demonstrates that the wall approximates the height of the second-tier level. As a result of these specific changes to the green wall element outlined above, staff believes the sponsor has successfully resolved the design concerns previously expressed by the Commission. Lastly, based on the department's continued work with the projects, with projects in general to meet the city's and general plan policies that support the development of sustainable multimodal transportation systems, the project will add 3 new TDM measures from the Planning Commission TDM program standards, which the Planning Commission had previously adopted on August 4th, 2016. Specifically, these TDM measures include Info 1, a multimodal wayfinding signage measure, Info 2, real-time transportation information displays, and Info 3, tailored transportation marketing services for the project. Staff has also recommended that the sponsor include 3 additional TDM measures, which include Active 2, additional bicycle parking, Active 5A, a bicycle repair station, and Family 1, family TDM amenities, which the sponsor is receptive to should the Commission decide to condition these into the project. With regard to public comments since the last hearing, the Department just yesterday received 2 letters of concern regarding the loss of small business PDR, specifically the existing Brickley Production Services business at the project site. One of these letters is from the current Brickley Production Services owners, which has just been handed out. Staff remains supportive of the project as a whole, inclusive of the proposed LPA modifications, and recommends approval for the following reasons. The project is consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan. The project is located in a zoning district where residential use and ground floor PDR uses are principally permitted. The project provides approximately 3,400 square feet of ground floor PDR to partially offset the replacement of the existing 19,125 gross square feet of existing PDR. The project is compatible with and respects the neighborhood character and provides an appropriate massing and scale for the topography. And of the 59 dwelling units proposed, the project provides 26 units that are 2 bedrooms or larger, exceeding the planning code requirement of 40%. The project represents a 44% amount. Lastly, please note, I've provided you with a red line motion that reflects the correct findings and conditions to reflect the on-site affordability option that was previously changed from in lieu fee option to on-site affordability. And if you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Project sponsor, please.
Commission President Fong, as this is the second hearing, you'll have 3 minutes, and then public commenters will have 1.
Okay, thank you.
We have a presentation on the revised green wall. That's going to take more than 3 minutes. Would you like to see that presentation?
How long is the presentation? Okay, once you give them form.
Just all right. One other point that I've been asked to raise by the Potrero Hill Boosters Association, we agreed on a change to the community liaison condition of approval. And I've been asked by staff to read that into the record so that you have that revised condition. There would read, in addition, prior to commencing excavation or construction, the community liaison shall provide written public notice comparable to a pre-application meeting required for projects under 311, 312. This public notice shall discuss a construction dust mitigation plan. The project shall conduct a meeting with interested neighbors before project sponsor finalizes the plan. We're agreeable to that condition and request that you add that to the conditions of approval. Let me now introduce Mark DiMolanta from D-Scheme Architects, who can walk you through the refinements to the garden wall.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. I also have a sample board that I could pass around. So, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mark DiMolanta. I am a licensed California architect and the principal for my San Francisco-based LBE architecture firm, D-Scheme Studio. Thank you for having us again and for the opportunity to continue the presentation for our project at 249 Pennsylvania. Previously at the last hearing on September 15, we had presented the overall design, and we wanted this afternoon's presentation to be focused on the green wall element.
Can we get the overhead?
And we wanted this afternoon's presentation to be focused on the green wall element and explain how its design has been developed since then. On the top of this slide is the proposed design presented during the September hearing, and below is the new proposed green wall. We studied and reviewed the comments made that day and found that the green wall could very much be improved in the ways described. You'll first notice that we added solid vertical elements that frame the feature wall and define the sections of the green wall from the building. Upon a closer look, you'll see we added wood laminates into the green walls pattern that will serve as the planters for various plant species.
We have also retained a licensed landscape architect who has joined us today and can answer any questions regarding the drought-tolerant species. The plants will have a drip irrigation system that will be replaced or maintained using the lifts from inside the courtyard. And the other panels in the wall pattern are resin-based acrylic that you see on the sample board. These images are case studies of similar elements found in San Francisco. The photos in the bottom row feature a living wall that is approximately 25 feet in height, and the upper photos are of a courtyard similar to the colored panels approximately at 35 feet high. You'll notice the glass's transparency and the ability to see beyond the wall. In our case, we are proposing a pattern of panels that provide light and views in and out of the outdoor space. The bottom right rendering is a view from a window in a lower unit looking towards the courtyard. The rendering at the top right is a view from a window from the interior of a top unit. As you can see, the view would be looking out and over the living wall feature. This elevation shows the relationship of the living wall, our building, and its relationship to the freeway and the on-ramp. And the rendering shows the car's point of view while entering the 280 on-ramp, and the photos are of the current view from the on-ramp. This rendering shows the car's point of view while entering 280 on-ramp, and the photos are, This rendering shows the car's point of view while driving south on 280. In conclusion, as a mixed-use project that has topography following the 280 freeway, we believe that the proposed green wall would be the best design feature that will deflect or dissipate the strong energies coming towards the dwelling units and allow the courtyard to be a pleasant outdoor space. Thank you.
Okay, opening it up to public comment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gary Brickley, and my wife and I own Brickley Production Services, located at 249 Pennsylvania Avenue. As you know, our warehouse and Center Hardware are slated to be demolished and replaced with 59 units. We've been at our location for 27 years. Brickley is primarily a rental and service provider for film, video, photo, and events. Since starting Brickley in 1987, we have provided thousands of productions with equipment and services. Our clients range from low-budget student films to blockbuster Hollywood movies. We are sponsors of the San Francisco International Film Festival, the San Francisco LGBT Film Festival, the San Francisco Silent Film Festival, Mill Valley Film Festival, and many more. Our reach extends beyond the industry. We were one of the early proponents of the Pennsylvania Gardens located next door to our shop. I built the bench that sits in the garden. I'm sorry I was unable to attend last month's meeting. I did watch the video replay online. I was pleased to hear that our next door neighbor, Center Hardware, has a new location picked out. That is not the case with Brickley. As of today, we have no place to go. I feel like we've been forgotten, and the city that we grew up in is letting us down. Small service and PDR businesses are a dying breed. Brickley is the only production-related service business in San Francisco. Trained as a stagehand through Local 16, I followed my interest when I started the business. We wear many hats, and every day is different. I worry about the stylist who needs a last-minute wardrobe rack for a photo shoot, the grammar school that needs a handful of walkie-talkies for their festival, or the couple that needs extra tables and chairs for a family holiday. Our clientele is diverse, and we pride ourselves on service. I speak here today to bring awareness to the Commission. As a third-generation native raised in a blue-collar family, I see businesses such as ours being pushed out of the city we love. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, public comment is closed. And opening up to commissioners for comments. Commissioner Moore.
The challenges this commission had posed to the design was the shallow courtyard on a very difficult site, 16 feet from edge of unit balcony to face of wall. The question had been, can there be anything else which kind of softens the edge rather than makes you even more aware of the relatively short distance between where you live and where the wall is? I think the architect has made an attempt to explore other options, but has clearly communicated that the constraints of the site, which is indeed very, very close to the freeway, which raises a whole series of other issues, does not seem to allow them to do much else than what they are proposing. The question then is, do we prefer more informal landscaping, more formal landscaping? The distance is what it is. So that is my observation of the challenges we posed. In kind, we approved the project because we liked the massing. We particularly commented on the skillful stepping of the project as it moves up the adjoining street. So all of that is still a very positive comment. It's the question is with how the shallow courtyard, 16 feet from face of balcony to edge of wall to edge of freeway, is handled. So I basically believe that there's an attempt been made. Am I totally happy? No, I am not. But I am still prepared to support the project despite of it. But I'm curious what the other commissioners are saying.
Okay, thank you. Just for my clarification, Mr. Brickley, are you? Could you come up for a second? And just for clarification, is your shop in the space that would now be occupied by this building, or is it next door?
Yes, it is 249. We are 249 Pennsylvania.
Okay, thank you. And just curious to the project sponsor, have there been any attempts to accommodate or move or create space or create an office space, showroom space? You can have a seat. I'm calling up the project sponsor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Zach Spencer. I'm a member of the Spencer family, the project sponsor. I just wanted to say that we're very sensitive to the situation that Mr. Brickley is in. We have been attempting to relocate him for the past 18 months to 2 years. It is still something that we are working very hard to do. We do not want to be the reason for his business to, have to shut down. So it is a concern of ours, and we just want to do everything we can to keep his business operating.
I'll also point out that the size of his business is approximately the same as the replacement PDR on site. And the Spencer family has many industrial buildings similar to this that are available to Mr. Brinkley to consider moving into. So far, he has not been engaged despite those offers. So hopefully he will in the future. But the size of his space is being replaced on site. We've offered to work with him to relocate him either to one of the Spencer buildings or to another site, just as we did with Center Hardware.
And has there been dialogue? Not that that's any of our business, but has there been discussion or dialogue between? There have been attempts. Okay, so I just point out, I think PDR evictions are just as important as housing evictions, and this is a particular, interesting business in that it supports a larger industry in San Francisco, whether that's shooting television commercials, movies, photo shoots, staging for real estate magazines, et cetera, Williams-Sonoma catalogs. And so that's a whole piece, a big industry, which depends on small businesses like this. So I would love to see an opportunity for dialogue to be continued. We can't force that, obviously, but I hope there's a continued conversation. Commissioner Richards.
Yes, Mr. Brickley, if you can, one more time. I'm as concerned as Commissioner and President Fong about evictions of PDR businesses. It looks like, based on the project sponsor's comments, they had a good faith effort to try to help you relocate to other buildings that they own, the Spencer family. What happened?
Well, I was shown, well, I was offered a couple of spaces, but they were second floor. I did go out to look at them out of courtesy, but I need, and they know this, I need ground floor. I need a spot where, with a roll-up door preferably, or a yard where we can park our trucks. Our customers come and they bring their own vehicles often, and we'll load them up for them. So they'll back their pickup truck or their minivan or whatever into our shop. We'll load the gear in there, and then they'll drive out. So I can't use a space in a warehouse that's on a second floor that's accessible only by a freight elevator. So that doesn't really work. And I was shown another spot, but it hasn't been developed yet to what we would need. There's no real access for vehicles from the exterior. There's no street entrance. There's no street. It's there hasn't been a lot of great spots at all. So,
thank you.
I mean, I'm open. I'm receptive. Believe me.
Okay, thanks. And one quick question for the project sponsor. Mr. Spencer, are there any buildings that you have that could meet his needs?
We have shown him a few, and he's expressed certain concerns over reasons why they wouldn't work. We've also worked with real estate brokers that we do business with to try and find locations outside of buildings that we own. But we've made attempts, and if we have anything out there, the first person I would want to send it to would be Mr. Brickley.
Okay, I'd hope that that dialogue could keep going on, and that Mr. Brickley, you could find a home, because you are a unique business. Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
The question I like to ask us as commissioners is the following. Last time when we heard this project, we continued it solely on the argument about the height of the wall and potential impressions from the freeway. That has been clarified. However, in the course of that discussion, we never even were made aware that there was a PDR displacement of any kind. So we would have actually been able to approve the project if the question was the wall wouldn't have been there. So I like to ask myself, including all of us, I would like to have the department next time around, if we have indeed a PDR displacement, for that to be disclosed, so that it just doesn't come through the back door, or we are basically not fully informed. And I appreciate the gentleman writing us a letter, literally in the 12th hour, and us having to consider it. I would have now liked to have a more resolved, we're going to work together before we approve this project, because just encouraging them to have a discussion with each other still leaves us potentially as the bad guys again. We know the need for PDR protection. We don't quite have the tools in place. On the other hand, when this type of a situation is explained to us, we can be empathetic, but what does it help the situation to resolve it? Not much. It has to be a concrete encouragement. I'm saying intentionally an encouragement for conversation.
City Attorney Byrne.
Please.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne. California law is extremely strict regarding commercial rent control, and that also applies to the city requiring a property owner to enter into any negotiations with any particular tenant. So I would really caution the Commission about including any kind of condition on any approval that would require negotiations with a particular tenant or in any way run afoul of the California prohibition on commercial rent control.
I appreciate you advising us as the attorney, but that does not foreclose us of encouraging somebody, right?
I believe that it would be better to not include any such condition in the motion.
Commissioner Koppel.
I'd like to just dovetail off the city attorney's comments and looking at what we've seen today as opposed to what we saw the previous hearing. I'm confident that the project sponsor has done what's necessary. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Seeing there's nothing further, Commissioners, there has been a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions as amended by staff in this motion, revised motion submitted to you. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong.
No.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Fong voting against. Commissioners, that will place us on items 12A and B for case numbers 2013.08882 DNX and VAR at 524 Howard Street. You will consider a downtown project authorization, and the zoning administrator will consider a variance.
Good afternoon, President Fong and honorable members of the Planning Commission. Nick Foster of department staff. This item before you is a request for downtown project authorization for development of a new 48-story structure on an existing surface parking lot at 524 Howard Street. The new structure would reach a height of 495 feet or 515 feet to the top of the mechanical equipment, and would contain a mix of 48 studios, 143 one-bedroom units, and 143 two-bedroom units for a total of 334 dwelling units, with 15% of the total units or 50 dwelling units provided on-site as affordable. The project will contain approximately 394,000 square feet of residential uses within the new structure, including approximately 7,800 square feet of retail uses, located both on the ground floor, fronting onto Howard Street, as well on the 7th floor. A pedestrian sky bridge between the project site and the proposed 5.4-acre rooftop park of the Transbay Transit Center is also proposed as a component of this project. Off-street parking for 151 vehicles, including 16 car share vehicle spaces, and 334 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces would be provided in the basement levels, while 2 loading spaces would be provided at grade within a screened garage accessible only from Natoma Street. Additionally, 27 Class 2 bicycle parking spaces will be provided both along the Howard and Natoma Street frontages. Project is located within the C3OSD Downtown Office Special Development District, the Transbay C3 Special Use District, the Transit Center C3OSD Commercial Special Use District, as well as a 450S Height and Bulk District. The subject property is developed with a surface parking lot that was originally approved back in 2005. Project site is a 12,266 square foot lot that measures 165 feet in depth with a 74 feet 10-inch frontage along Howard and a 73 foot 10-inch frontage along Natoma. In order for the project to proceed, the Commission must approve the downtown project authorization pursuant to Planning Code Section 309, granting exceptions for the following requirements of the Planning Code. For street wall base, Section 132.1C1, tower separation, Section 132.1D1, rear yard, Section 134D, ground level wind currents in C3 districts, 148, upper tower extensions, Section 263.9, and lastly, bulk controls, Sections 270 and 272. Compliance with Code Section 309 for the exceptions being sought is described in the draft motion in your packets. In short, the department finds that the requested exceptions are warranted and meet the criteria established within the San Francisco Planning Code. In addition, the project requests a variance from the dwelling unit exposure requirements of Planning Code Section 140. 193, or approximately 58% of the 334 dwelling units face onto an abutting street, Howard or Natoma, or an open court as defined by the Planning Code. However, dwelling units located on floors 2 through 48 that face solely onto an interior property line that do not comply with this requirement because the area of the side setbacks from the interior property lines do not meet the dimensional requirements of the code would require variance. Therefore, the zoning administrator would need to grant the variance pursuant to Planning Code Section 140. Please note that there has been a minor amendment to the draft motion since the publication of the staff report to include one condition of approval for a transportation demand management, or TDM, measure of condition of approval. I believe Jonas has handed that motion out to you. Based on the department's continued work with projects to meet city and general plan policies that support the development of sustainable multimodal transportation system in San Francisco, the project would add 6 new TDM measures from the Planning Commission's TDM planning program standards, which this commission actually approved back on August 4th of this year. Additionally, in accordance with the San Francisco Entertainment Commission's approved guidelines for Entertainment Commission review of residential development proposals under Administrative Code Section 116, the Entertainment Commission staff determined that a hearing on this project would be required pursuant to Planning Code Section 116.7 of the Administrative Code. The Entertainment Commission held a hearing back on September 20th, and the Commission made a motion to recommend that the standard recommended attenuation measures pursuant to Administrative Section 116 of the code. The Entertainment Commission recommends that this planning department adopt these standard recommendations into the development permit for this project. The project sponsor concurs with such noise attenuation conditions, and those conditions were actually already drafted in your draft motion. To date, the department has only received one letter of support from the Housing Action Coalition. This letter illustrates how the project aligns with the organization's missions of increasing the supply of well-designed and well-located housing at all levels of affordability in San Francisco. On balance, the department supports the project as it will add 334 dwelling units to the city's housing supply, provide employment opportunities within an intense, walkable urban context, and expand the spectrum of retail goods and services available within the area. It will activate both the Howard and Natoma street frontages with streetscape improvements and additional Class 2 bicycle parking spaces. And lastly, it will fulfill the intent of the downtown, Transbay, and Transit Center district plans to focus new housing in the transit center locations to create active, vibrant streetscapes. Based on these findings and those in the case report, the department recommends approval of the project with conditions, as the proposed project complies with all the applicable requirements of the planning code and is consistent with the general plan. That concludes my presentation. Of course, available for questions, and project sponsor team is here for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. My name is Adam Tartakovsky. I'm the Director of Development for Crescent Heights. We're pleased to present 524 Howard. This is a project where we're replacing a surface parking lot next to the future transit center with a mixed-use retail and residential project. It's consistent with the transit center district plan. It fulfills 100% of the inclusionary housing requirement with on-site affordables. And we have a cutting-edge sustainability and TDM features, including real-time monitoring, car share and bike storage, above code requirements, electric car charging, and other design features intended to future-proof the project as much as possible. Our architect, Glenn Roscavo, is here to present the design, and our land use counsel, Jim Abram, is also here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to start by saying this is a very exciting project. Could I have the monitor, please? This is a very exciting project. It's obviously, you know enough about it through the package, but it's a mid-block site off of Howard Street with adjacent to First Street and Natoma on the backside. It's a through-lot site. One of the things that's interesting about the site is that it's a unique site, but it's very challenging. It's about 73 feet wide. It has a jog in the middle, so it's not a straightforward design. We had to be very creative in how we would be able to adapt a building within the site. The area of the site is 12,000 square feet. The lowest ground floor, or the tower plan, is 9,200 square feet, and at the very top, the tower narrows down to 7,200 square feet due to the setbacks and the bulk restrictions. Here are some views just of the area. As you can see, Howard Street's starting to get developed. It's one of the streets that hasn't been very developed yet in the Transbay District. This is an empty lot. We're adjacent to one of the Foundry buildings, which is about 160 feet tall, and to the west, we're adjacent to a four-story historic office building that's about 60 feet tall. After that, it's pretty wide open, and we have towers fairly far away from us, with the transit park to the north of us. As you can see from the section, we have 4 levels of below-grade parking storage, retail on the ground floor, and then what's interesting is on the 7th floor we have a connection right to the Transbay Park district, Transbay Park. We find this a very valuable connection. We're working closely with Transbay to see if we can get this approved. We'd like to propose a pedestrian bridge from the site to the park, which would be very unique and very appealing. What's also interesting is the ground floor plan. We worked very closely with the planning department on this. We've set the building back on Natoma Street in order to create a wider sidewalk. We've included a public elevator at the ground floor that would take you to the 9th floor to connect you across to the bridge. We've also created a passageway from Howard Street through the building to Natoma. Now, this is a lot to compress into a 12,000 square foot floor plate, given that we have elevators for the car storage below grade and loading off-street loading. But, we came up with a pretty unique plan, and I think we're all happy with the way it's turned out to date. Here's a view along Howard Street. One of the challenges also was the massing. We wanted to make the massing cohesive with what's there now. So we did a lot of work aligning the massing of the base of the building with the Foundry Square project. We also did a similar approach on Natoma Street, where we're right adjacent to the Transbay parcel. As you can see here, we have a base of the building, retail and passageway at the ground floor, then 6 stories, and then the retail on the 7th floor above. Here's the bridge idea. This is, again, we need to get confirmation from Transbay that we can actually do this bridge, but we're hoping we can get this. It's a pedestrian bridge that would connect across to the park, and then on this level, we've included an entire floor of retail. So it's about 9,000 square feet of retail. This would be a view from the Transbay Park looking at that bridge. It's about 35 feet wide in terms of the distance from the park to the building. Here's a section of the building. As you know, what we try to do with the design of the building, because it's so narrow, we try to create these variations in planes, and then on top of that, these different textures, these different fabrics, as we call them. One of the beauties of this design is we were lacking some outdoor space, so we were able to introduce balconies. And it was a design that actually was embracing balconies as an idea, as another layer of texture. We think it will really play well with the amount of shade and shadow that the building would create. It takes away from the glassiness, and it creates a nice depth to the skin of the building. This is a typical floor plate. It's about 9,200 square feet. As you can see, because of the configuration of the site, we really had to work our magic to actually get the units to fit within the site. And as I said, above those datums of the next door neighbors, we really have open sky in all directions. We placed the core to the west side of the building because the views, the greatest views are towards the east, towards the Bay Bridge, which this building would get incredible views as well. And at the top floor, the floor plate reduces down to about 7,200 square feet, so it's quite a bit, and that's including the core. So it's a very small building. It's a very slender building. And here's an overall view from looking from the south, looking towards. What you see on the left-hand side there is the parcel F that I believe is in the process of being designed. Salesforce Tower is in the distance, and first in Mission is ocean-wide beyond. So it really sets a datum of 500 feet in that area where you have a lot of 800 and 1,000-foot towers. That concludes my presentation. I am here for questions. Thank you very much.
Opening up to public comment, Sonia Traus.
Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. I live at 603 Natoma Street. That's Natoma and 6th Street. So this is in my neighborhood. I'm really excited about this building. It's beautiful, and it'll be more housing where there's no housing right now, so it's a good idea. I know this is a little bit outside of your purview, but also I'm very enthusiastic about the bridge to the park. I heard that Transbay is kind of giving the developer a hard time, trying to make them pay a fee for it. That's ridiculous. I kind of think that everybody knows that parks, successful parks, have many different entrances and exits. So, and especially with an elevated park, I'm always nervous about elevated parks being like too isolated to be really successful parks. So as many entrances and exits as we can get to that park, the better that park will be, the more valuable that park will be. So I actually think, for the public, it will be good to have the bridge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Corey Smith on behalf of the 300 members of the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. We reviewed the project at 524 Howard Street in the middle of September, so we endorsed the project. That's actually pretty similar to what you see today. I think it was really highlighted in the previous presentations. Given the location and the lot size, our members were very impressed with the product that came out. In terms of the further details, given, like I said, that lot size, really impressed with the way they were able to connect as well to the Transbay Terminal. We encourage the Transbay Terminal to explore all options to try to make sure everything is opened up. Affordability, we are happy that they did include it on site. Definitely encourage project sponsors to increase affordability if economically feasible. Transit-rich location, we love the total amount of bike parking to car parking for the area, and specifically the car shares. We are very enthusiastic about that as well. All in all, we are completely supportive and encourage you to pass it here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, I'm very supportive of this project. I think it's a great design on this relatively narrow site. I agree with Sonia. I think we should encourage and staff should try to encourage Transbay to make this connection. I mean, there's a above ground park kind of high up there, and I think these connections will add a ton of interest and activity to that park. So I would encourage anything we can do to work with the TJPA to make that a reality. One question for the developer or the architect: if it doesn't happen, the connection, what happens on that floor? I mean, is it easily converted to housing, or what's the kind of fallback if that connection can't happen?
Yeah, most likely we would turn it into amenity floor. We wouldn't add units to it. It has a high floor-to-floor ceiling, so it would be amenities. At one point, we had a combination of amenities and a food service for the residents, but it could easily be because could be for guests as well. But that would be the game plan.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I'm also very supportive of this project. I think the heights and everything works. It's a narrow lot, so I'm glad that we were able to get what looks like a great project there. Just a couple things. One, I also highly encourage TJPA to work with the developer to get that bridge to the 9th floor. I think, again, I agree with public commenter, Ms. Strauss, that as many entrances and exits as we can have to this park will go a long ways towards making it successful. The one thing I would just say, a question, it wasn't immediately jumping out clear to me how people are accessing the 9th floor, the elevator that goes to the 9th floor. Can you mention that? And then I have one other last question for you all.
So right here on the ground floor, okay, I know it's up on your screen. You could probably see it.
So this is, I see the public, so I'm looking at it also on my computer screen.
Oh, okay.
So in the back it says public elevator to Transit Center Park.
So that takes you up, and then
So you're walking through the residential lobby?
you can go that way, or you can go to Natoma. So
there's a door back here on Natoma.
Yeah, it's actually what we've done is we've set back the facade on Natoma. There's no door. It's an outdoor open space, so the sidewalk's extra wide, and the elevator's right there.
Oh.
So it's really just a public elevator right off of Natoma would be the way to get there.
Okay, great. That wasn't immediately jumping out to me from that.
And then the access from Howard Street is an additional sort of thing that we were working with on the planning department, is how to make the building more permeable so that you didn't have to go all the way around the block to get to Natoma.
Awesome, thank you. I would say one thing about that, just a comment. So this is just a personal thing. I also happen to live in an apartment building that is a mix of commercial and residential, and so you go through the same door to go to the second floor, which is an office, and then the floors above are residential. So just in terms of your design, I really hope that you're able to keep this, because I do believe that this is going to be great amenity in connecting this building to the neighborhood and to the park, but just be, sort of cognizant. Maybe you already know this, that
We do.
The residents and the residential association in your building are going to do everything they can to want to protect, the residential space and not have public traipsing through the building. And one of the ways that that happened where I live and where other buildings have done is that you can't openly go into the lobby. You need like a key fob or a key or something to open that door. And I really feel like that doing that will close off access to that public elevator. So any way that you can think about, if you need to reorient your ground floor or however, just thinking about it, make sure you take into account that residents in the building are going to want every precaution taken to make sure that only residents can get to the residential floors. And I would hate for that protection to mean the lobby and that whole first floor is closed off to anybody but residents. So if you need a separate door or, you know, maybe the elevators are keyed off or something. So just to think about that.
Understood. Thank you.
I'll make a couple of brief comments. I think this is a great building. I think it's very handsome.
Thanks.
I am a particular fan of pushing for the bridge. I think that more access and activation to the park above is going to be great for this building and for the park. So I am supportive.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Moore.
I want to comment on the unit design. The specific unit design came a little later, but at closer examination, even if we have a large number of units which will require an exposure variance, the building itself is designed in a manner that the majority of units are well designed and will be able to deal with the asking for a variance on the 140 requirement. The issue will be that future buildings observe the tower separation in a manner and not ask exemptions, partially because you are having not only a very small site for downtown, but you're also having to deal with irregularity on the lot cut. So that said, there are one or two units, which the ones particularly wrapping the elevator, which are a little bit complicated, but perhaps they become the units which are being rented to people who only temporarily stay in town and use them more as a business stop rather than as a permanent resident. The rest of the units are fine, and I'm very supportive of the project as it masses well in the downtown, and I'm definitely in support of the bridge, particularly in light of the fact that the park itself, including how its access, is not quite what it was when it was approved here at this commission. I make a move to approve with conditions.
If I may just quickly, I mean, my thing isn't working correctly. We totally agree, by the way. I mean, we've been talking to TJPA about the bridge, and we want to make sure that happens. I think the goal from day one is that park have as many potential access points as possible, as you've all said. So we will continue to work with TJPA and happy to facilitate any discussions we can to make sure that bridge happens. I think it's an important part of this project, and I'm grateful to the project sponsor for agreeing to this extra passageway through the building. Again, it's just one other those steps to make sure that those blocks are as permeable as possible and the access to the bridge and the terminal is as convenient as possible. But we will definitely work with TJPA to try to make this happen.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. There has been a motion and seconded to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fall.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Zoning Administrator, what say you?
Close public hearing. Inclined to grant the requested variance.
Very good, thank you. Commissioners, it'll place us on item 13 for case number 2015-0181550 CUA 137 Clayton Street. This is a conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chris May of Planning Department staff. You have before you a request for conditional use authorization to demolish a two-story single-family dwelling and construct a new four-story, three-unit residential building within the RH3 zoning district and a 40X height and bulk district. Planning Code Section 317 states that conditional use authorization is required to allow for the demolition of a dwelling unit within RH3 zoning district. The project proposes one dwelling unit per floor on the upper three levels, ranging in size from 1,220 to 1,411 square feet, and each would have 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. 3 parking spaces and 3 bicycle parking spaces, 1 for each unit, are proposed in the garage on the ground floor. The project is not seeking any exceptions or variances from the planning code. Commissioners, since the publication of the staff report, the department has received 1 phone call from the current tenant of the subject property inquiring about the timing of demolition. Staff also received email inquiries from 2 nearby residents requesting more information about the project and included questions regarding the impacts of additional parking in the neighborhood and the potential loss of views. Another area resident submitted a letter in opposition to the demolition of a building with apparent architectural integrity, and I have copies of that letter here. The department continues to recommend that the Planning Commission approve the project on the basis that it would maximize the permitted residential density on the site by replacing a single-family dwelling with 3 family-sized dwellings. On balance, the project adheres to the policies of the general plan, is in compliance with all applicable requirements of the planning code, and meets the general intent of the residential design guidelines. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for further questions. Thank you.
Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. Our firm represents the owners of 137 Clayton Street. That's Matt and Lisa Williams. They bought this property back in 1985, and they lived there until the year 2000 when they relocated to San Diego to be with their, at that point, college-age daughter. Now they want to move back to San Francisco and into this neighborhood that they love. As Chris mentioned, project site is approximately 2,812 square feet, located in RH3 zoning in the north of Panhandle. Per the categorical exemption issued June 26th of this year, the building is not found to be an historic resource. Quote, the subject building is a good but not distinctive example of the classical revival style that was common in San Francisco during the turn of the century. Many similar and more distinctive examples of early 20th century residential buildings in the classic revival style can be found in the Haight-Ashbury neighborhood. While the building retains its integrity, it does not rise to the level of individual architectural significance. The neighbors to the left of the subject lot all face Hayes Street with their rear yards abutting the subject property. They're of a mixed nature with residential, commercial, and institutional uses. The building adjacent on the right side is 3-story, 3-unit TIC building. Continuing uphill are 3- and 4-story buildings of up to 12 units. To the rear of Clayton of this project is a New Traditions Elementary School, which is located in the middle of the block. Across from the subject site, the entire frontage is 3 to 4 stories, with density ranging from 2 to 10 units. The only exception is 1 single-family house. So on this exhibit, the green is 2 to 4 unit buildings, which is what we're seeking to do. The blue is even more dense buildings, more than the typical zoning allows. And then the orange is the only single family. And this is where our building is located. The owners, as I've stated, want to move back to this neighborhood, but they no longer need all the living space of the existing single family house. It does also have some narrow living spaces due to the existing 3-foot side setback, and the basement, which can only be used for storage due to the non-code complying ceiling height and light and air requirements. The original kitchen has not been updated, and the house still only has 1 full bathroom. We looked into doing an addition on this project. Every scope we looked at would have violated the code section 317, and we'd still be here. So we looked into raising the building, we looked into doing some addition projects, and I've got this exhibit, which is new today. So this is the existing building section dashed here, and our proposed building section. So the existing building is raised off of the ground floor is raised up about 3 feet. So if we wanted to raise it, the interpretations now say that is...
Excuse me, can you use a red pen? I cannot see your dashed line at all at this particular resolution. Would
Okay.
you mind doing that? That would be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
That's the existing ground floor plane, second floor plane here, and the roof structure. And there's an existing basement storage down below.
Thank you.
Yep. So if we wanted to try and raise the building, the Code Section 317 still considers that to be a demolition of the horizontal plane, and then we'd have to keep 50% of the vertical elements, which again, due to the side setback, and if we acknowledge that we'd want to build farther into the lot, that would still be over 50% demolition. So under 317, we'd be back here. So let me get into the proposed project now. Proposed project would demolish the substandard single-family house and construct new three-family building of approximately 7,776 gross square feet. 40-foot tall building would have parking on the ground floor and the upper 3 floors residential flats, each with a private rear-facing deck. The second and third floors would have 2 bedrooms plus a study, and the 4th floor would have 3 bedrooms. Ground floor garage would provide space for 3 cars and 3 bicycles with basement storage below. All units would have access to the rear yard open space on the ground floor. Our proposed replacement structure is designed for the Williamses to move back in, along with 2 additional family-sized rental units. The new building follows prevailing multifamily character in the neighborhood, as demonstrated in the previous exhibit. Over 80% of the buildings in the immediate vicinity are 2 to 4 units or 5 or more. The facade of the proposed building is designed to follow the vernacular of the surrounding neighborhood, with strong vertical bays centered over ground floor entries. Solid wood is the predominant material, with wood fascia, trim, and overhangs, and the stucco finish on the ground floor simulates the brick or stone base that is present on many nearby buildings. We had our pre-application meeting on the Park Branch Library on Saturday, May 14th. We spoke with 3 nearby homeowners. We also spoke separately with the master tenant of the property, and as Chris also stated, her main concern is the timing of the construction. At that point, we estimated about a year, and that still stands. We'd be looking at approximately April, May of 2017. And in your record that was given to you today, there is an allegation of a wrongful eviction, which we have our lawyer here to speak about, if you would.
Good afternoon. I'm David Ferran. I'm a San Francisco landlord-tenant attorney with over 20 years' experience. I was asked to look at the rent board record, and as your packet indicates, there was only one thing that turned up, and it was a alleged wrongful eviction involving a master tenant and a subtenant, and the issue was whether the subtenant was given the 615.c notice prior to moving in. It didn't involve the owner, and the matter was resolved approximately 2 years ago.
And just to summarize with some of the conditional use findings pursuant to 303C, the existing building is the only single-family house on the block and also the only 2-story building. The majority of the neighborhood is 3 to 4 stories with multiple units. Proposed project would bring the lot closer to prevailing density while adding 3 bedrooms and another 1,866 square feet of living area. Such use or feature of the project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, welfare, or convenience of the neighborhood because it will be in line with all of the prevailing codes and design guidelines. See here. The accessibility and traffic patterns will not be affected because the existing building has no parking, and we are proposing in the replacement that there will be 3 off-street vehicle and bicycle parking spaces. Let's see here. And then more specifically about the residential demo criteria, pursuant to 317, the existing house does not have any code violations. It's been maintained in a decent, safe, sanitary condition. It's not a historic resource. The owner is going to occupy one of the units, but 2 of the others will be retained as rental housing. And let's see, the existing house does not contribute to cultural or economic diversity in the neighborhood, and this project will bring it closer to conformity with the predominant neighborhood character. The existing single-family house has a monthly rent of $4,300, which is not affordable these days. And when the new units will be brought online, believe the rent will be less than that, actually, because they are going to be a little smaller overall. The existing unit size is, can check, but I think it's 2,200, and then the largest unit that we're proposing is about 1,400, so it'll be more affordable by design. Let's see here. And then last but not least, the replacement project substitutes existing 3+ bedroom rental with 1 3-bedroom unit and 2 2-bedroom units plus a study. 2 additional units will also be rented. The units are approximately 700 to 800 square feet smaller than the existing building, but much of that is due to a more efficient layout with less area for circulation. However, the overall living area will be increased by 1,866 square feet. In conclusion, this project will improve an underbuilt lot in an established multifamily neighborhood. An oddly shaped substandard building will be the location of 3 new family-sized dwellings, which we need more of in San Francisco. The project complies with all of the zoning codes and residential design guidelines. We respectfully request you grant the conditional use authorization and approve the project as proposed. Thank you.
Okay, opening it up to public comment.
Good afternoon. I wasn't expecting to speak, so this is going to be a little bit off the cuff, but I'm the master tenant that they've all been referring to. And a couple things I just wanted to make clear is, yes, it might be the only single-family home in the neighborhood, but it's also home to 4 individuals. So that's 4 people's lives that are going to be, flipped upside down because of this. This is people like myself that work in the nonprofit industry who came to San Francisco because I wanted to make a difference, found a house that was able to be affordable, and now I'm trying to realize that I'm going to be pushed out, and I don't know where and when exactly these timelines are. And a lot of the notices that I've been given would be on the same level as the neighbors in terms of big posters being put on the house without any forewarning from the landlord. So as a result, it's created a lot of stress and anxiety within our own household in terms of when things are going to happen, what's going to happen. And you also neglect the fact that there is a neighborhood and a community there. The people next door have they have a business. They've been there for years. They knew the Williams when they lived there, and they were caught off guard by this whole proposal. And the people on the other side of the house are selling their properties because their views are going to be obstructed. And the whole San Francisco being a transient neighborhood, I've been here for 5 years in that house. And in that house, I know my neighbors' names. It's a community, even though, for most cases it's not. So it's losing that. And a lot of the neighbors are coming to me to ask questions about what's going to happen, and I don't have the answers. And I feel that we talk about keeping with the integrity of the neighborhood. Well, these condos that you're building are not going to create more opportunities for people to live, because this is 4 people living here. Also, what these rear-facing decks would face would be a rehab and an elementary school. So again, something to take into consideration. And also the number of years that the demolition and everything would happen is a huge annoyance to the neighborhood. And I know that a lot of the different neighbors and community members are upset about how it will impact their businesses. There's other local businesses on Hayes Street within a block that have been closed down. And then also as a result, there's just a lack of transparency that hasn't been available this whole process with what the landlord's intent is. And I only just learned about a week ago that he was planning to move in. And there's been no discussion about how it's going to impact us with reallocation and all that stuff. So long story short, affordable housing, nonprofit, the end. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comment.
Sorry, I just stepped in. But what is the, can I ask questions?
Yes.
You
can make statements, and
So-
whether or not you get an answer is
Sir,
entirely up to the
so if it's beyond, then please forgive me. What is the protocol normally for this kind of action? I mean, usually my understanding is before you can do something like that, it goes through several phases so that the tenants have plenty of time to adjust. Is that correct?
So we can't have a dialogue like that, although we're having one right now.
Sure, no problem.
But you raised a question. There's staff here that might be able to give you a
Right.
little bit of the history of this particular project and its process thus far.
Sure. And she brought up another interesting point. I just asked that you would consider making sure that all the protocol steps have been followed to the T, because we want to do that. And then number two, I'd ask that you make sure that the zoning has been done right. I mean, she raises a very valid point. You don't want to have properties, because I have a house value that's gone through the roof. You know, it was $600,000 a few years ago, and now it's like $4 million. So I understand property value, and we know if we had a skyscraper in front of our house on Cortlandt Street, then that would probably ruin all of our property values. So zoning is important, especially if it's going to be those kinds of things. You don't want to have the people that just bought that have that too. So I request that you would consider doing a review of that first before you make any final decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. And Commissioner Richards.
I guess this one here, when I read the case packet, it isn't like the other full demolitions that we've approved in the past, where you have an incredibly substandard shack on a very big lot, where there's development potential, and we were getting units, and there was nobody living in them. We had one last week where there was somebody living, and we continued it. I look at this building, and even though Mr. Verplank didn't rate it as historic under any of the California criteria for historic resource, the integrity of it, of all 7 aspects used by the California Register to access integrity, location, design, settings, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association, the property retains all 7. It's never been moved and retains virtually all of its original materials, ornamental detailing, interior features, and examples of workmanship. It's not a historic house, but it's a very high level of integrity, and it's not like houses we see like 15 Guy Place or falling off its foundation. This is, as I look at the photos here, this is a beautiful house. Now, that doesn't mean that the project sponsor can go in like we've seen in the past on these kind of houses and blow it all out and put a big white box on the middle. This is a house that's incredible. Look at the entry with all the tile work. So I had heartburn on it on this one. And when the project sponsor's representative said, well, since we were already we'd go into the demo calcs, we'd be doing a demolition, let's just take the whole building down. That's when I got even more heartburn. It's like, I'd rather you have come and said, hey, we have a demo and we're going to retain this house, we're going to build around it to meet the project sponsor's needs, but you're not going to do that, you're actually going to get rid of it. And we talked about neighborhood character before here, and San Francisco is one of these cities where around every block there's a little surprise, and on this block, this house is the little surprise. And I think there are more single-family houses around here than maybe people give the block credit for. This is one of those surprises that makes the city itself, and replacing it with a 3-unit, kind of nondescript building just because it's got 3 more units, to me wasn't a good trade-off. Now we have a tenant displacement issue for people on a displacement who, we see the face of eviction right here. She's here. She came and talked to us. She works in the nonprofit sector. She pays probably $1,000 a month in rent. These units, to be really honest with you, 1 bedrooms in my neighborhood, which is, I have a property right around the corner on Saturn, 1 bedrooms go for $3,500. So, 1 bedroom unit is going to cost more than what these people are paying. So I can't support this. Absolutely can't support this.
Commissioner Hillis.
So I share some of Commissioner Richards' concerns about this project. I mean, this one is a conditional use for us, so it's a little bit different than when we see these projects on DR where they're code compliant. I mean, we've got a CU where we're asking that this elevated level of review, is this necessary or desirable? And I kind of follow Commissioner Richards' comments about I'd rather have seen a project that kind of expand, and I think you can expand this building. It's contextually surrounded by buildings that are somewhat taller. We'd like to see a unit added if it's expanded, but to demo it, whether we're technically calling for a demo or we're really demoing it, which we're doing here, I think this approach is troubling here. I know this neighborhood pretty well. I live across on the Masonic side on the other side of north of Panhandle, but walk here often. And it is a mixed bag of single-family homes, tend to be larger like this one, and multi-unit buildings. There are the big building on the corner of Hayes and Stanton, but then as you walk closer to the park on the north-south streets like Clayton, there tends to be smaller single-family or two-unit buildings, very much in this style. I mean, this neighborhood between Stanton and Masonic and the park tends to be all built around this same time period. So, I mean, I don't think I could support this either. I'm troubled by the fact that we would just demo this building, which seems to be in pretty decent condition and has a lot of its historic integrity, just because there are other buildings kind of around this neighborhood that are also built around the same period. I mean, I think that's what makes this interesting. So, again, I'm not against expanding the building or even looking at a demo that lifts the building and it's technically a demo, but retains a lot of the building's kind of integrity and adds a unit. But I think what we're asking here is not, in my mind, necessary or desirable. I like the fact that it adds units, but I think it could be done in a different way, adding a smaller unit, an in-law unit with a garage and lifting up the building, where you take advantage of the fact that contextually you could probably deal with more height and bulk to this building, but retaining the character and the integrity of the building.
Commissioner Moore.
I want to add a couple of comments to what resonates with me, what Commissioners Richards and Hillis were saying. Necessary and desirable. Staff presents the building to us as being a sound building, which is an accurate description of what's in front of us. However, the applicant himself describes it as a substandard building. The two things for me don't quite come together as one, when indeed there is clear evidence that the building as it is could be expanded even with minor variants, etc., but that has not even been brought forward. So we're basically being presented with the fact that it can't be done, leaving it the only option. However, since we are very well aware that the demolition of these types of sound buildings is indeed incentivizing other like demolitions, I am going to be very cautious to even go against any of the policies that are very clearly described by the department. They're eloquent and they're anchored in many, many parts of the general plan, together with the mayor's instruction of protecting, indeed, this type of housing. So I am unfortunately not able to support what's in front of us today.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, I was, I don't know that I can support this project either. And I would just say that to keep consistent with how we've sort of looked at our policy, I would add another lens to it and say, I don't think that I view this project as an opportunity site. Typically, when we see these kinds of projects, they're sort of ramshackle, or there is an extreme differential in lot coverage for the property, or there's some other mitigating circumstance. And when I look at the historical resource report and all the other information in the case file, I just don't, or it's an open line a lot. I just don't see this as an opportunity site. And so I think that that's kind of one reason why I don't then go to the next step of saying, well, if it is an opportunity site, what are we getting or what are we maximizing, right? So when we've had other cases, DRs or other ones, where we see, let's say, a very small cottage and a very large lot, and they want to demolish and put up new units, I say, okay, I would view that as an opportunity site. The next step is what is proposed a good trade-off, especially if they're going to maximize the lot size and add more units? Like, is that a good trade-off? And that's the next level. But I don't feel like this particular project gets that second level, because I don't see that this site is an opportunity site. And I wanted to say that, not just to talk more, but just to say that, just to put a little bit of, there is some continuity between our decisions. It's not just, oh, we think that's a cute house, and so we're, you can't do that project, but you can do that one. I do see that there is a thread of logic to what we do here.
Commissioner Richards.
Commissioner Mulgar.
Commissioner Mulgar.
So I don't have anything else to add. I think everyone has said it. I cannot support this project either. I think this is how we're losing our soul. This tremendous character in this building. So.
Commissioner Richards.
A couple of things. I do applaud the project sponsor for coming and opening the kimono and showing us that indeed this is a demolition. We've had buildings in the past where we got a plumbing permit and an electrical permit. The whole building comes down, literally not too far from this building. Then we're back in the, oh my God, the building came down, and we have to kind of have a gun to our head. What we did on one of them in this neighborhood recently was say you put the building basically back. You're not going to supersize it. We're not going to reward bad behavior. I'm glad that you did come forward and you were honest about what you were doing, and this wasn't gaming the system. So I really appreciate that. On the flip side, I applaud staff for asking for the rent board history. We've been asking that on all demolitions, and I really applaud that. I think it's a little disingenuous, though, to come back and report on an eviction that happened or something that was in 2014, yet not tell us there's a current tenant in it and have her come and surprise us. So I had no idea that there was a current tenant in the building. I thought this building was vacant because of the vacating documents from the 2014, I guess, just cause eviction. So now we have another, what would appear to be another just cause eviction for construction. I just can't vote for my vote to have somebody thrown out, 4 people thrown out on the street. I just can't memorially do it. So I move to disapprove.
Second.
Commissioners, if I could recommend that you take a motion of intent to disapprove and allow staff the opportunity to sort of put your comments into findings.
Motion of intent to disapprove.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hang on. Deputy City Attorney Byrne.
Marlena Byrne.
Catch your breath. Catch your breath.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne. I just wanted to come up and say that if the commission is inclined to disapprove this project because it is a housing project, you need to make findings under the Housing Accountability Act. The city cannot disapprove housing projects, even market rate, and even projects that require a CU without making specific findings under the Housing Accountability Act. Specifically, the commission needs to adopt findings explaining how the housing project has a, quote, specific adverse impact, which means under the law that the project has a, and I'm quoting from state law now, significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health and safety standards, policies, or conditions. So you would need to base your finding on specific public health and safety standards. So if the commission can articulate reasons for disapproving this project that conform to that.
So one that I would start with would be we may, from a public health and safety, have 4 homeless individuals as a result of this.
Commissioner Hillis.
Commissioner.
Well, I mean,
That's the first time we've had.
Well, no.
Housing calendar.
Oh, we still on. So I would just add, I mean, just a question for staff. On the historic resources report that we have from Mr. Verplank, what's the process of that getting to us? I mean, who requests that that be done? And
That's part of the environmental evaluation application.
Okay. But is that something that we hire the cultural resource?
No, the project sponsor would hire the a consultant, and our historic preservation staff would review that report and either concur or disagree with those findings.
Right. So that, I mean, that's one area. I think there are findings in there. I hear the city attorney's comments, and I think we can work on findings. Staff certainly heard the commissioner's discussion about neighborhood character and an existing sound building that's single-family home, in the need for that housing stock also in the city contextually. I mean, we think it resonated in the neighborhood. And there are also issues that were raised in that cultural resources report that I think are significant and point out, many of the reasons they think it's a sound structure and contributes to the neighborhood. So I would encourage, when developing the findings in the motion to disapprove, that we head down that path. And that could be done in the next week as before we take up the motion to disapprove. I mean, there's one question, though, to the architect. You said you went down this path of looking at preserving the building, and are there potential options that would be densifying the building, adding a unit perhaps?
Right. So most of the options we looked at were not fully fleshed out, because once we started going down that path, we could still see we were heading towards 317, especially if you talk about and of course these are under possible revision right now, but
right.
With the horizontal and the vertical elements, and then the keeping the foundation in place, which we can't, and then there's
Right,
also...
but say you eliminated the foundation, but jacked the house up, put in an additional unit, perhaps expanded to the rear. I mean, that's a project that, although it may be a demo project, technically, it's one I would encourage a review of, if not just preserving, the existing structure as is. I mean, certainly you've got the ability. So, I mean, it's one option for us to go down, which would be more of a continuance than a denial. But it's up to I could go either way.
I think I have to say, like, if we talk about lifting the house and doing all these sorts of changes, that the character of the building will not be the same as it is. So,
I disagree a little. I mean, I've seen homes that we have homes that are lifted all the time before us. Yeah, certainly it's not going to be a 2-story home, but it could retain. I mean, you could lift that home and retain the significant features of the home and add a unit. I mean, we've seen that happen, I think, throughout the city. So, I mean, again, I think it's an option you can look at. It would still require it to come here, I think, under 317 and be a CU for a demo.
Right.
But there'd be extenuating circumstances potentially where you're not doing what we're being asked to look at now.
Okay.
Commissioner Johnson.
I think Commissioner Hill has got there in the sense that the Housing Accountability Act is relatively newer for us, and so we're going to have to look into what are the public health and safety findings that we could have, and hopefully have those on file so that it's something that we can reference. So I still agree with keeping our motion, and then if we have issues with finding findings, then we can take that up in our next hearing. And then also echoing Commissioner Hillis on, like I said, I am always for building more housing, but I do feel that in a city like San Francisco, we need to focus on our opportunity sites first before we go off demolishing lots and lots of sound housing. And so that's kind of why I'm not for this project right now. And so, but I am for expansions, ADUs, almost anything else that you'd want to do for this project, and hopefully we'll see something like that.
Commissioners, David Lindsay, department staff. Just picking up on what Commissioner Hillis and Commissioner Johnson mentioned about an possible alternative to a denial of the motion would be to continue it as you did a couple of weeks ago on 24th Avenue, to allow the project sponsor to come up with a project that would be perhaps still technically a demolition, but would be retention of much more of the building, which would require continuance of probably several weeks or more, would be an alternative.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for city attorney. We see all the time supervisors put in interim controls. We had one, I think we had a briefing on last week that was ready to expire in an adjacent neighborhood, and health and safety is the state standard, yet we see interim controls for lot coverage and things like that. We saw it in Corona Heights. So can you expand on what health and safety is? To a typical layperson like myself, health and safety means somebody's going to be imminently injured physically, or they're going to catch some chronic disease. But I understand the definition that's used seems to be much broader.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, it's my understanding, I'm not certain that public health and safety standards, as it's used in the Act, is further defined. That's actually used in the definition of what a specific adverse impact is. So the Commission is required to find a specific adverse impact, and then it goes on to define what specific adverse impact is as a objective, identified, written standard, a public health or safety standard, policy, or condition. I don't believe that it's defined further. I don't have all the language of the Act in front of me right now, but I would encourage the Commission to work with staff on if the Commission is going to move to deny this, to work with staff to develop those findings, and we can certainly also work with staff to support that.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Moore.
It would definitely help to be able to properly respond to the challenge you're posing. However, if staff reported to this commission that this building is sound, which is a clearly agreed upon definition by demolition, DBI, and planning standards, I have a hard time kind of figuring out where we could now find something which we have never discussed or used, although I'm prepared to be very accountable to that requirement. And as I said, I found it amazing that staff reports that the building is sound, while the words used by the applicant are called substandard. Those are two very, very opposite things, and DBI has given very clear instructions of what means substandard, what this building is not. So I'd like to perhaps see a little checklist that we met all of the proper requirements by which staff, who is the group informing us, uses that description, and we have crossed all I's and T's to respond to the challenge posed by the city attorney, so that we indeed are clear that we're doing the right thing here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, I already.
I'm sorry. Okay, could you call the question, please?
I heard a motion of intent to deny with findings to be further developed by staff with city attorney's assistance, but I did not hear a second.
Second.
Thank you.
I seconded it.
Then on that motion, we should also choose a continuance date of at least 2 or 3 weeks out.
For the intent to deny?
What's that? For the motion of intent to deny, to have time for staff to work with city attorney.
A couple of weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
That would be November 17th. How about December 1st?
Great. Fine with me.
Okay. Very good, Commissioners. Then on that motion of intent to deny and continue to December 1st, Commissioner Hillis. Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 14 for case number 2015-009997 CUA at 222 Sutter Street. This is a conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Claudine Asbaugh, Planning Department staff. The project before you seeks conditional use authorization to establish a non-retail sales and service use above the ground floor within the downtown retail district pursuant to sections 210.2 and 303. The project is located at the northwest corner of Claude Lane and Sutter Street between Kearney and Grant and on the eastern edge of the C3R or downtown retail district. The site is developed with a 9-story over basement commercial building with office uses on floors 4 through 9 and retail uses at the remaining levels. The most recent tenant of the basement through 3rd levels was Loehmann's, a retailer that closed for business in 2014. The project would convert approximately 12,000 square feet of retail space on the 3rd level of the subject property to general office use. The proposal does not involve any exterior alterations to the existing building. The department has received 3 letters of support for the project and 1 letter in opposition. As the demand for office use has grown, the department has seen an increase in applications to convert retail uses above ground floor in the C3R district to office space. 4 such applications have been filed in the last several months. This application is the first to be reviewed by the Commission. In addition to the standard conditional use authorization findings, the Commission must also find that the proposed use will not detract from the district's primary function as an area for comparison shopper retailing and direct consumer services. This requirement is among the primary controls that distinguish the C3R district from other C3 districts. The Department does not believe that this particular finding can be made. The proposed general office use would remove long-standing retail space from the district and would be contrary to the retail character of the area and inconsistent with several objectives and policies within the downtown plan. The Department has maintained a policy that strikes a balance between an acknowledged decrease in retail demand and the need to preserve the fundamental character of the city's core retail district by maintaining retail space in the C3R on the third floor and below. The Department would like the Commission to reinforce this policy by denying this request and adopting the attached motion in your packets that outlines the project's inconsistency with the downtown area plan. The project sponsor is present and has prepared a presentation. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Minutes. Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission and Director Ram. I'm Jim Rubin, Junius and Rose. We're working with the project sponsor. Representatives of the project sponsor are here today. And by the way, I've not seen any letter of opposition, so if there is one somewhere, I'd like to get a copy of that. Over the years I've been addressing you, there have been a number of notable economic impacts relating to real estate development in San Francisco, but I don't recall seeing anything quite like what is happening to the retail economy, which is undergoing fundamental changes as digital commerce displaces large footprint brick and mortar stores. The rise of e-commerce has caused companies to close stores, reduce store sizes, react with e-commerce businesses of their own, and otherwise try to survive. And what we are observing is not an economic cycle. The Internet has permanently and dramatically changed the way retailing is done in the United States. In the C3R district, which is the Union Square area and the center of comparison retail shopping in San Francisco, retail uses are required on the ground floor, and any other uses other than retail on upper floors are permissible with a conditional use authorization. As a practical matter, many uses, including offices, have been grandfathered over the years on upper floors in Union Square. The recommendation you have from the Planning Department is a reflection of their internal policy decision to recommend retaining retail uses in the C3R district at the third floor and below. We don't think that the decision to allow alternative uses on upper floors is properly the subject of a one-size-fits-all solution. We think the Planning Code had it right in allowing for you to consider each case on its merits with the conditional use process. And as you are aware from our pretty comprehensive submittal on this case, there are at least 4 other matters pending that will be before you in the coming months. I'm sure you're also aware of the Macy's men's store, which is undergoing a sales process to be followed by an almost certain application to convert upper floors, and there will be more. So this commission is being asked to address the seismic shift in the way business will be done in the retail sector and in the C3R district specifically. And although it may be a moment for reflection, we submit that adopting a policy at 222 Sutter or across the board to preserve retail at the third floor and below is not the appropriate way to address this problem. Because 222 Sutter is the first of many, our owner authorized a significant amount of expense to attempt to figure out exactly what is happening in Union Square. In our papers, you will find a survey that we conducted of every building in Union Square. Multi-floor retailers are becoming increasingly rare, and upper floor office uses are ubiquitous, especially on the fringes of Union Square. 222 Sutter is one parcel away from Kearny Street, which is the demarcation point separating retail from the financial district. Our survey found only 7 retailers out of 47 multi-floor retailers who use the third floor. There are no multi-floor retailers in Union Square that occupy a third floor without also occupying the ground and second floor. And only one of those multi-floor retailers has a lease that originated after 2012. To the extent that there are retailers using 3 floors, most of them occupy a basement level along with a first floor and then a mezzanine or second floor. third-floor retailers are becoming extinct. At 222 Sutter, retail is particularly challenged at the third level. The property is a 9-story historic building originally built for Sloan's, a furniture store. The floor plates are over 15,000 feet. The third floor is 25 feet above the street, which provides virtually no pedestrian visibility. Alterations to the building facade to increase visibility are not possible due to the building's historic preservation status. The building is 3 blocks east and 2 blocks north of Union Square in the opposite direction that retail is moving. The property owner has aggressively marketed the third floor to retailers since early 2014 with no success. At least 20 retailers have retoured the third floor. Frankly, it's questionable whether any retailer would take the third floor at any price. The cost to build out to the floor, the employee costs, insurance, and general operations is probably not sustainable at that location. As a practical matter, 222 Sutter is stuck with the first and second floor as well because, as we note, there are not any retailers that would take a third floor without also having the first and second floor. So ownership has been awaiting this hearing before proceeding to firm up leases on the first and second floor for retail. In 1981, this Planning Commission authorized office uses at 222 Sutter on floors 2 through 8. Office uses continued on floors 4 through 8. In 2003, office uses continued today on floors 4 through 8. In 2003, Lohmann's, then a successful low-cost apparel retailer, occupied the basement, first, second, and third floor until early 2014 when they went into bankruptcy. Lohmann's had installed an escalator from the second to the third floor, which has since been removed. The third floor has been vacant since Lohmann's departure. The Planning Department says in their recommendation that the change of use would detract from the Union Square's function as an area for comparison shopping or retailing and direct consumer services. Actually, we're quite certain that allowing office use on the third floor would do just the opposite. It is almost a certainty that the third floor at 222 Sutter would remain vacant and or be sparsely used if retail is required. However, allowing office, as had been the case prior to Lohmann's, would put people on the third floor and in Union Square, which could only be a positive for the retailers below and in the vicinity. Although 222 Sutter is the first of a number of cases that you will be seeing, it is clear to us that each case should be judged on the merits and that the Planning Code has it right. 222 Sutter is on the edge of the C3R district, has floor plates that are not conducive to retail, and could contribute to the retail environment by putting people on the third floor. A grant of a conditional use authorization in this case would not reflect a policy or precedent, but rather a reasonable response based on the merits of this case. The Planning Code is set up to allow you to review each case that comes before you. We submit that in this case, retail is not going to work on the third floor, and we ask that you return the building to the way it was from 1981 to 2003 before Lohmann's took the building. Thank you. So I have 3 minutes left. Mark, you want to use 3 minutes? I'm introducing Mark Rivers, who is a retail specialist that we retained to do a report that is in your packet, but he has some other things to say.
Thank you. Commissioners, thank you. My name is Mark Rivers. I'm a retail consultant and futurist as it relates to retail and real estate development. As Mr. Rubin pointed out, we obviously live in a new and different age of technology. 2005, there was $90 billion of retail sales done online and via mobile. Today, there's over almost $400 billion of transactions. The two largest apparel retailers in the United States, number one, Walmart, no surprise. Number two, Amazon, a big surprise. It's not Gap, it's not Nordstrom, it's not Macy's, it's not Target, it's actually Amazon. The online, mobile, millennials, all of this is having an impact on traditional brick and mortar for certain. Throughout the Union Square area, yourselves, you've seen what's happened in the last 5 to 7 years, a complete elimination of a number of different categories. Toys and games. Where's the FAO Schwartz? Where's the Toys R Us? Books and music. Borders is gone. Circuit Cities is gone. Virgin's gone. Tower's gone. Many of those were actually somewhat of department stores. They had multiple departments on multiple levels. And those stores were actually all about having an offering that went vertical. And those stores and categories are gone, and they're not coming back. Eaten alive, really, by the online and mobile space. That's also happening now next in sporting goods and electronics. We're seeing a declining pool of qualified retail tenants that are interested in spaces. We're seeing an accelerating cost of physical refurbishment and regulatory requirements that's making multiple level space almost impossible. We're seeing an inefficiency of multiple level space. A lot of that was historic. If you remember back to a lot of the stores that populated Union Square during the 50s and 60s, whether it was the original Wilkes-Bashford or the I. Magnons or so on, those stores were all using upper and lower levels for inventory. No one carries inventory anymore in their stores. You can't walk into a Crate and Barrel or a Z Gallery today and leave with a piece of furniture. It's actually fulfilled or provided or delivered to you from an offsite warehouse. Back in the old days, the upper level floors is where inventory was stored, and the lower level floors are where they sent out the monthly credit statements to people via snail mail. So none of that exists anymore. Everything is being shrunk and downsized. The good news, I guess, is that Amazon, now one of the largest retailers in the world, has decided to get into the brick and mortar space. They have the world's largest selection of merchandise from every continent and every single category imaginable. They're going to open up 100 stores in 2017, and they're going to come to a city like yours in San Francisco, and they have announced that their stores will be between 300 and 500 square feet. Think about that. One of the largest retailers in the world is interested in space between 300 and 500 square feet. They're not taking the third floor. They're not taking the second floor. They're barely taking the first floor. So as we look to evolve and we maintain this great Union Square, which is one of the great world shopping districts, we just need to understand and appreciate how the world around us is evolving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, opening up to public comment. 2 cards. Anastasia Y. and Harrison Lowe. Yours is for the next side. Harrison?
Thank you, Commissioners. On behalf of the Chinatown Community Development Center, I'm here to express our strong support of Planning Support's position of disapproval for the CUA proposing to convert the third level of 222 Sutter from retail to general office use. We believe that the planning staff's analysis has accurately interpreted the intent of the planning code in determining that such a use would be both incompatible with the zoning district as well as inconsistent with the downtown plan to which the building is subject. And as an active community organization working for 40 plus years to improve the quality of life of Chinatown residents and residents in the area, we have seen how these neighborhoods have historically been threatened by waves of office encroachment from the nearby downtown districts. And this trend is beginning again today with the expansion of the tech industry into and around our community. We believe that this pending CUA decision will set an important precedent which helps to protect both the character of the neighborhood and the existing community that lives there now. So we respectfully urge the Commission to support planning staff's position of disapproval for this conditional use authorization. Thank you.
Okay, any additional public comment?
Sue Hester, I support the staff as well. I participated in the years-long process for the downtown plan and after that the Chinatown plan. There was a lot of planning department planning that went into and thought that went into planning these areas. One of the things that you're being asked to do by the project sponsor is to eliminate long-term planning. Just substitute a staff report that comes in on one case for your staff work. We had an hour's worth of conversation about citywide planning and how we plan the city. And if we need to plan the C3R again, maybe we should plan the 3R again. But one-off studies by a developer who has a financial stake is not the way to do it. Doesn't really, it will not evoke confidence in the planning process. The staff analysis took you through the plan, the language in the plan. My office has been at Powell and Market in an office building since 1980. I'm surrounded by retail. There used to be Woolworths on the bottom 3 floors of my building. So I'm very well familiar with the interplay between office and retail because I live it. You should respect the staff work that's been done on this, because literally the staff was thinking through things at the floor level in the 70s when they did the downtown plan. It was done by planning department. It wasn't done by me. It was done by you. So instead of, I really think you should disapprove the conditional use, accept the staff recommendation, think through what is also being dislocated in the city. One of the things I know is being dislocated is arts uses. And arts uses have also been a category that went into the retail district. They're being wiped out of the Mission. They're being wiped out of areas that are being increasing housing districts. How do we balance that? Should we have arts uses in these areas again? This needs some thought. I would urge you to not accept as a substitute for planning a developer's submission when they have a financial stake in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay. Let me sort of start off by I actually thank the project sponsor for bringing this up and maybe sort of forcing it before us. I know staff is recommending a disapproval. Not sure where we'll go today. Where we will go today, but I think honestly, the compelling information that was given is the tip of the iceberg to where many of these buildings, not just in downtown, but in great parts of the city, are faced with closing, shrinking brick and mortar stores, restaurants seemingly making a pretty strong movement in the city because they're experiential. Entertaining is now going out, and so restaurants are making it. At Fisherman's Wharf, I see this. I'm concerned about it. You make me feel a little bit old thinking about department stores, but it's the reality, and I think all of us would love to sort of roll back to that Woolworths days, but that's probably not going to happen. I maybe sort of challenge, I'm not sure who the futurists are in the city and real long-range folks nationwide, globally, about where retail is going and how these buildings, which are valued at incredible rates, whether they were purchased 10 years ago or a year ago. To Ms. Hester's comment about arts, it'd be great to put arts back into all those buildings, but they won't keep the lights on financially. So I don't know. Maybe different buildings can take on different forms, whether they're office conversion, whether they're hotel conversion, whether they're school conversions, other social needs or uses. But I speak about it because I think that it does trigger, I think, maybe more work with the planning department on a separate track. I know we've got a lot of different projects going on. Maybe it's not just the work of the planning department, but OEWD and a few other agencies within the city, and maybe some private sector folks like this gentleman who's an expert and eloquently explained the update of the retail community in the nation. So, Commissioner Moore.
I'm interested on both sides. I think staff did an excellent job really laying out where we are. I do believe that any reconsidering of the larger strategies that shape the city of the future are within the purview of the planning department, which today made a very eloquent case for how to vision the future in all of its various possible configurations. And I do believe that I want to really put my trust more into the larger planning effort to figure out how we may reconsider CCR zoning, rather than taking any project which is represented by an applicant for cause or outcome. I do take the letter from Chinatown Community Development rather serious when Commissioner Wu was still sitting here, and we had a long discussion about the encroachment of tech office into Chinatown on the upper floors. It was an absolutely heartbreaking story to hear, and I think we all clearly knew we needed to support to stem it until there are other ways which explore where we're really going. I am not sure as to whether or not the story we heard today was not really addressing the retail situation in San Francisco as much as it speaks about a national trend, but we, contrary to many other large retail locations, particularly shopping center, etc., suburban retail, we are basically talking about the configuration or the restructuring of a city. And I think it's a committee to the city, to the commitment to the city at large, not to individual properties' need for reconfiguration where the answers lie. I want to give you a quick story. When last year, actually in the beginning of the year, all of a sudden, La Boulange disappeared from Sutter Street, it was all hard because that was a very kind of invigorating outfit on Sutter Street and the same building that we are talking about today. We all regretted it. We regretted the dissolution between Starbucks and La Boulange. Starbucks had bought La Boulange for the purpose of making their own business model more interesting. For whatever reason, that failed. In the meantime, La Boulange served this city with all its various neighborhoods, cafes, in a manner that all of us embraced because it complemented the spirit of the city. And guess what? Yesterday, very innocently, I was walking down Sutter Street, and all of a sudden, the chairs that I had missed for the last year and a half were out in front of the building again, and they had opened again just Monday. They're back. Same furniture, excuse me, didn't ask. Same furniture, same employees, and I said to them, wow, welcome back. They had actually been able to retain employment probably someplace else, but they were back. And I can tell you, here's ground floor retail, and perhaps Mr. Rubin has something else to ask, and perhaps I'll ask him in a minute. They were back and in full operation. The place was full as if it was a year and a half ago, as if they have never left. And since I like the products, I was delighted. So just to tell you, some of these places have been held vacant, perhaps for rent or perhaps for the right offering. There are still people who want to operate in these buildings, and I am at this moment not prepared to change of what the character and the offering in that particular block is. Mr. Rubin, if you had any comment on the returning of La Boulangerie, that would be great.
Thank you. That's 222 Sutter. They're back in our building. And our landlord is committed to the retail sector. He put them in half of the ground floor, brought them back. They're back. They're up and running. He got them up and running as rapidly as he possibly could. He's reserving the other half of the building because he can't lease that half of the building without knowing what's going to happen on the third floor, because he will never get a third floor retailer. I don't think he's going to get a third floor retailer anyway, but he can't lease it because there are 0 retailers that will take a third floor without also having the first and second floor. This is a good operator, a good owner. He wants to do the right thing for Union Square, and that's why he brought Boulange back. I'm glad you raised it. Thank you
for explaining that. Given the discussion by which I prefaced the anecdote I told you, and I'm glad they're back, I still am not I'm still not prepared to not support staff's recommendation, and just want to say that.
Yeah. Quick question for the project sponsor. Is the space currently demised for office, and is there an LOI, letter of intent, with an office user in place?
The space on the third floor is not demised. It's 15,000 feet. There's elevator. There's a core on one side of the building, and there is interest in the building from I think it's an architecture firm. But there's nothing signed that is committing anything.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Third floor is where umbrellas and hats were, right? Third floor was where umbrellas and hats were.
Oh,
okay.
All right. At Loman's?
I'm kidding.
Loman's, I think it was a women's designer.
Okay.
It's hard to talk about that building without everybody saying, yeah, I remember Loman's. I was in every aspect. So,
right.
Yeah,
okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. So Man, I kind of wish that we were in a different scenario. I would love for us to have already had the discussion of where we think, especially when we think about Union Square and our sort of areas that were meant to be regional destinations for retail. We'd had that discussion about philosophically where do we want them to go, and sort of changed up our planning code or general plan or what may have you. And then this project could have been easy peasy, go to the counter, get your permit or your CO, and you're done. Unfortunately, that's not the position that we're in, and I actually have to concur with Ms. Hester. I do agree that there's a conversation to be had. I do agree that there is certainly, I think, some changes that we can make around the philosophy behind some of our areas like Union Square and near to Chinatown. But I don't necessarily want to do that on a project-by-project basis, and here's the reason why. It's not just because of a dislike for doing things one-off, but part of that area in 222 Sutter Street is really, the edge of Union Square. It's a regional destination, which means a lot of things. It means it's a regional hub for economic activity, or it had been for retail activity. There is a different street life, so it challenges our tourism business, and there's also just a different shape and a form to what's in that area. And I really feel, I hate to say this, but I feel like we need to have that discussion about how do we want this area of town to change in those different areas before we start approving these projects. As an example, we could definitely make a strong argument that the department store era is over, right? I believe that it is true that Amazon will be opening some physical locations, and that they will be tiny, and probably you just walk in and there's a screen on the wall, which would be weird, but okay, and that's fine, and we have to morph around that. But I think we can have the argument of, well, is it office? Should it also be other types of uses that should be permitted as a right in these areas above the second floor, or however we would read that planning code? And I think it's worth it to have that conversation before we start approving these types of projects. So I don't know if that means a continuance. I don't know if that means we need to disapprove the project and then calendar talking about the C3S district or something, but certainly I don't know that I can support this one project today. But I agree with the where this area of town is going. I'm seeing the same trends that the project sponsor is seeing, and were presented in the retail report, which we've actually spoken about when we talked about our commerce and industry report earlier this year. So I'm seeing the same trends, and I think it's now high time to talk about what are we willing to do about it, or to accept in terms of changes to the city.
Mm-hmm. And I'll quickly agree that even in the very defined category of department stores, with Macy's coming on, Loehmann's, that may be, and with the large footprints, they may be an easy grouping or cluster to try to tackle first as transition buildings opportunities. Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. So I just dovetailing on Commissioner Johnson's comments, I think that, in principle, it's hard to just disregard long-term planning over, a permit processing, that we don't want to do that. And I, of course, see the trends. I'm actually somebody who hates shopping. I mean, I would much rather do it online. I welcome this. And yet, though, I was in Serramonte last weekend, and they're adding thousands of feet of retail space, and it's a different model than downtown, but people are still going to the stores and, touching things and trying things on. So there is a model for that. I also know lots of folks who come to San Francisco from Nevada, from Sacramento, from other places to go shopping at Union Square. It is a destination. It is a thing. I actually went to Serramonte looking for a bamboo steamer, which you can't buy in Serramonte. You have to buy it in Chinatown. That's where you have to go to get it. And so I think that there is, a way that we can have this conversation of the tremendous changes in retailing to online, while still maintaining the long-term plan of having Union Square be the destination Chinatown be the destination without cannibalizing, the spaces that we have, because there are other uses that are encroaching upon it, and not being, thoughtful in terms of our long-term policy. I think that we can do it. I'm not prepared to do it this way through permit processing.
Commissioner Richards.
Interestingly, I feel the pain of the landlord. We had in our neighborhood, and your partner, Mr. Ruben Andrew Junius, was representing Trader Joe's on a building right around the corner from us in the at Market Noe, where Trader Joe's wanted to go in, but they did not want to take the second floor. They only wanted the first floor because they said upper story retail is a bad thing. In this building, there's offices from 4 through 9. So I kind of go, oh, add the third floor, so what? But kind of like the last project that we had, the signal that it sends is, absent a larger shift in policy, it sends a kind of one-off approval, then we're going to get another one in a few months and another one. I'd rather go back and actually ask the department to say, does the downtown plan, which might not have been updated in a long time, need to do some tweaks? Because what happened in 1985 is no longer the case, and maybe a third-floor office is actually beneficial to the neighborhood to support more businesses and things. Because I used to go shopping at lunch when I worked, in the financial district. So I feel your pain. I'd love to make sure that we have a larger conversation on which this project will fit, and I do support staff's recommendation, though.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just a question for staff. In the C3R district where this is the rule that any floor needs a CU to convert to office, or
Anything
is it first?
above the ground floor.
Anything above the ground floor. So at some point, or it was grandfathered in.
Anything that is a non-retail service use needs to come forth with this conditional use authorization. And then you can approve it subject to the findings that I laid out in the report. So for example, tailors, hairdressers.
Would be fine.
Would be fine, yeah.
This is the first one we've seen, but my sense is there's non-retail uses on floors, like in this building, on floors 4 through 8. Is it because they had a CU prior to this, or they were grandfathered in at some point?
So interestingly enough, the downtown plan mentions this particular building as being one of the reasons why the protections on floors above the ground floor converting to non-retail service uses. This is why they created the protections, because they specifically mentioned the Sloan building. So I imagine that this was converted before there was a requirement for a conditional use. So it's, you go back in the record, you check the Sanborn maps, and it'll show that it's a furniture retailer up through a certain amount of time, and then the business went out. I believe Sloan went out of business around the 80s.
Yeah. But if you look kind of adjacent to this building, there's a building kind of with a similar, as you go towards Union Square, that appears, it's kind of got the similar architecture where it looked like there were 3 floors of retail, but above you could see, it looks like there's office there now. But I mean, I'm just curious why we haven't seen more of these in the past. Is it, we're in a steady state where because there is office use in many buildings above the ground floor, above the second floor, in higher floors.
I can speculate that I think probably much of the office use that's existing, and this is just speculation, I haven't surveyed all the areas, but I can speculate that much of the office that's existing was there. Perhaps some changed over to office and didn't get the appropriate permits. So it's kind of a mix. And I think that right now, because of the pressures on the economy and the growth of the need for office, you're seeing a lot of spaces that were in the upper floors, tailors, hairdressers, moving out, moving west, and the office use is taking in.
Right.
I do think that a lot of that space has been there for a very long time. I suspect it predates the downtown plan on those upper floors.
I mean, I'm torn on this. I get the notion we want to preserve space for retail, but we got to face reality that retail, it's always been hard on upper floors. I think we've all seen, properties turn over or change retailers or folks like, what was here before. It's hard retail. I mean, you're not lured up to upper floors to go to retail necessarily. And I think the ones being hardest hit are the kind of the tailors and things like that would formally occupy kind of independently these second and third floors, that's a hard market these days to be, your jewelry repair and things like that. That I think, at some point we have to face a little bit reality that those aren't viable.
So I think that the way the application has come in is that it's general office. And, in analyzing it, I don't think that we can make the findings that say that this would support the retail character of the area. There certainly could be a non-retail use that goes in the space, but as long as, we analyze it and see that, yes, it's activating the street, it's not going to be closed after 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock at night. It'll be open on the weekends. I mean, I think those are the things about the retail core that the downtown plan was speaking to.
Right. Okay. A question for the project sponsor. The way the building's laid out, you've got the use of Boulange now on the ground floor. Was that part of Lohman's when Lohman's existed?
No.
So Lohman's was on the eastern side of the building, and then
That's
the entire floor plate of the
Yeah, and the basement.
in the basement.
Yes.
So when Lohman's was there, the third floor, the currently, at least the escalator shown in the plans does not go up to the third floor. Did Lohman's occupy the third floor, and was it only accessible?
Lohman's installed an elevator for their use. The third floor was office when Lohman's took the building in 2003, and they were, a hot retailer, so they wanted the basement, a portion of the first, the second, and the third, and they put in their escalator to go to the third floor.
But that escalator no longer exists?
The escalator was removed when they left. And that, in retrospect, should we have left it? Maybe, but that is not going to be the problem in getting a retailer. If we have a retailer that's interested, we'll put in an escalator.
Right. In what kind of, when you say you're looking at kind of tenants to occupy the second floor, retail tenants or non-office tenants, tenants that wouldn't require a CU, what type of tenants are you getting response from? I mean, are you looking at independently operated second floor tenants, or is it just, because you're marketing. I mean, your plan was to occupy the third floor with office and the first and second floor on the east side with retail.
Right. So Reza, who's the building representative and leasing agent, can talk to you a little bit about what he's actually experiencing. But the building has been available for the balance of the first floor that Boulange is not in, all of the second floor and all of the third floor. And he showed it to 20 retailers. I think he'd prefer not to give you all the names, but he can give you the categories and whether they're national or local.
But not the ones that didn't want this third floor, but the ones that maybe wanted the first and second floor. I mean,
we've had about 25 or more tours of the entire lower level, ground floor, second floor, and third floor. We've had zero interest in the whole thing, which comprises about 40,000 feet, and we've had some tepid interest in 26,000 feet, which is 2, 1, and the lower level.
From what types of tenants?
Retailers. But most of them have ultimately chosen that they had to be closer to Market Street, especially after seeing Lohman's go bankrupt.
What about independent retailers, not independent retailers, but retailers that would occupy the second floor that would not also occupy the first floor of the basement? Did you?
Zero. None.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's also worth noting that the project sponsor, we went out of our way to bring back Boulange as a local operator, and in fact accepted less rent than we were getting from others because we wanted to maintain a Union Square vibe to the area, as opposed to a Monday through Friday operator, just a lunchtime operator that had offered us more money. But it was the sponsor's desire to maintain and work with the Union Square vibe because we wanted to maintain that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
For what it's worth.
Just back to staff, a question like on the flood building. It's in C3R. Is that because, but most of the floors are occupied. I mean, it's various uses, but they tend to be office-type uses on the upper floors of that building. But is that one, too, that would require a CU for non-retail, and it's just grandfathered in those upper floors?
Yes, so anything above the ground floor within the C3R requires a conditional use.
Right. Okay. I mean, I'm torn on this, but I see kind of, I don't know if we're realistic that we're actually going to have retail on this third floor of this building, or we'll have a vacant building. And I think there's, the code doesn't say you can't put retail on it or office use on it. It says you need a CU to do it. So it doesn't ban office. We have office from the 4th through the 8th floor. We have office in the flood building on every floor, practically above the ground floor. It's fairly common, I think, on the upper floors to have non-retail uses. I don't think it's a big stretch to allow this third floor. And I get kind of staff's putting a stake in the ground saying, well, we'll allow CUs above the third floor, but, we're kind of drawing the line at the third floor. And I don't know if that's, I get the logic. We've got to kind of go somewhere with this, but, it also could be left up to a CU that we look at things on a case-by-case basis. I think what would tilt me in the direction of allowing this to go to office is there is a basement also. It's 45,000 square feet of space. That's a large building to try to fill with a retail tenant. It was used before as office, this third floor, so there's some precedent. The changing nature of retail, it's not really in that core that I think the project sponsor mentioned where, you could get this larger format type retail right around Union Square as you go down Powell, where we're seeing things like the shoe store or the Apple store, and it would add customers. So I think I can get around approving a CU for this, given those facts. One question: I didn't see anything from the Union Square Association in this. Who are
Excuse me, I thought you had received it. They are extremely supportive
maybe in the
of our
packet
application.
we have received it. And they're the keepers of the retail core there. So, I mean, I don't have a big issue with allowing this CU to move forward, but we'll see where other commissioners are.
So, might I be invited to say something?
If others do.
In some ways, we're getting what we sought, which is a dialogue. I mean, we put a lot of material in our application that you wouldn't ordinarily see in a straightforward project application, and we spent a lot of money above and beyond what you would ordinarily see in commissioning these studies. And my office actually went and did a survey, which is in our submittal, that we surveyed every single building. I sent people in and looked at the building directory in every single building because we knew we were first, and that this is coming your way. There's going to be a lot of buildings. We'd be fine with a continuance rather than losing, because it sounds like there is a dialogue to be had, and maybe some more consideration that we'd be happy to participate in and provide our resources.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I want to speak about the PDR of retail, of traditional retail. And the PDR of traditional retail has always been on the upper floors within this part of town. That is, when you were once able to buy an Armani suit, it needed to be tailored, or you had to get your hair done, or you had to get your watch fixed, or you had to get the battery of something altered. And I still believe that I have not changed that model of thinking, partially because everywhere else it is harder and harder to find those services which we all rely on. And the community of retail backup, PDR, is huge. When you go into those upper floors and talk to the jeweler who is still fixing your watch or repairing or replacing the battery, people are coming in and out who have gone there for years. Those are the people who are the furriers. Those are the people who make hats, people we don't see anymore. They used to all have ground floor, but the ground floor has been taken up by people who can afford the higher rents. particularly when we talk about Union Square. This is not as much Union Square as it is the edges of the streets, which make you get more and more excited when you move up towards Grant and Post and see the name brand international stores, which now pulled you up through what used to be traditional San Francisco retailers, from the Hastings, the Brooks Brothers, the Shreves, etc. They're all gone. The only one who's left is Gums, but they have shrunk in size significantly over the years. I believe that this cannot be resolved on a project-by-project approval basis, but we need to take a much larger look at it. Particularly, Director Ram will remember, Commissioner Fong will remember, when we did 300 Grant Street a few years ago, we conditioned the remaining retail on the ground floor with housing coming above. And this may be a discussion which is far larger than what we are trying to broker here today. I am asking, I'm going to make a motion for disapproval with a caveat that we will continue the conversation, but not surrounding this project only, but in a much larger forum by which we give ourselves time to see the pros and the cons, including the scientific presentation about the change in retail, which we all know. But how does that apply in particular to the city? That, I think, will be planning department leading the discussion. There a second?
Second.
Commissioner Richards.
I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know that I want to, that's tough, that I want to support a disapproval, because I do think that the intent behind the project is sound. I just think that we need to establish actual policy around this area rather than saying, you know, I think this project is okay, kind of, and sort of really using the discretionary power of the CU to make, and this way I really want to use case by case backed up by policy that we have adopted. And when I look at, you know, the C3 district and I see office, retail, residential, entertainment, institutional uses being permitted, I think that there's a discussion to be had around there around what are we encouraging above the ground floor in the C3 district. I think we need to have that actual discussion before we start, you know, one-off saying that one project is okay and another one is not. So for that reason, I would love to continue the project, not necessarily disapprove it, because I do feel that if we disapprove, they wouldn't be able to come back for 12 months, and I don't think we need 12 months to have that conversation.
If I may jump in, my key card thing isn't working properly. I will say a couple of things about this, since there have been several requests that have come into the department. We did initiate initial discussion with the Office of Economic and Workforce Development and about looking at this issue, because it is clear, obviously, we all recognize the changing nature of retail. That's clear. The issue is there are, as many of you have pointed out, there are a number of considerations that we think we need to delve into. One is the location within the Union Square district. Another is the size of the floor plate. Another is what types of uses might be appropriate on, you know, lower floors as opposed to upper floors. We do think that there's some analysis to be done here. I'm holding my breath just because we just went through this big work plan and this wasn't part of it. But nonetheless, obviously there's some work to be done. So I mean, it might be helpful at this point. I mean, because of the year-long issue that Commissioner Johnson mentioned, it might be helpful for us to take a pause of a few months. I don't know exactly how long to suggest, but rather than an outright disapproval. And I don't know how long to suggest. It is probably going to at least take a good 4 months, to be honest. But I'm willing to have that dialogue with OEWD and see what we can come up with, at least preliminarily. But I do, you know, I will say, I mean, the department's policy up to now has been to discourage conversions below the fourth floor, right? And that's been pretty, you know, Mark's been doing this for a long time, and he's had several conversations with property owners about this, and our general policy has been 3 and below should be retail. I'm happy to have a discussion about whether that's still right, but that's been our informal department policy up to this point.
Good. I think it would be a disgrace to put office on the ground floor in this particular situation. Just a couple more thoughts. I think this is a very fascinating conversation, and would support as well a continuance rather than a disapproval to allow the staff and project sponsor to work some things out. This is C3, right? So this is allowable for formula retail. I just point that out. I mean, that opens up the whole universe to Foot Locker and everybody else, and still finding an appropriate tenant who will take first, second, and third floor is difficult. This particular location, and while I will always say that we should have maybe a policy or a discussion on it, but they have to be looked at site by site, because this particular location is right in the middle of financial district, really financial services, with Charles Schwab not being too far away, its main office, Union Square, Kearny Street, which is filled with other different types of services, and on a Muni highly impacted transit route. But I think this particular location could support an office use on the upper floors, and in fact, the fact that there's offices above it on the upper floors, you're really looking at bringing office down rather than office coming up, in my opinion. Britex down the street, not too far away, is another kind of interesting landmark piece of where retail is going. For the fear of voting on something like this and it extending into other, high character districts of San Francisco, whether it's the Mission, whether it's Japantown, Chinatown, I see the fear of that. And if this particular address today was a residential building in Chinatown that wanted to flip over to office, I would not be in support of that. But I think where this particular address is, I would support of continuing the further discussion of converting it to office. So, I think those are my comments. Commissioner Moore.
I would not have expected to get a letter from Mr. Fong, Chinatown Community Development Center, if there isn't a real sense of alarmness about this. And I tend to gravitate more towards caution, because I personally do not believe that we can fully and satisfactorily work out a better understanding of the trend and how we need to react to the trend in the 4 months that you mentioned. I think it is part of visioning the city of the future. It is part of visioning the growth of the city and change in the retail and transportation, et cetera, environment we talked about earlier, but it's not something which you continue for a timeline and all of a sudden we have brokered a deal. I do not think it is quite as simple. It's not a linear process. And for that reason, and it's not to say that it could change, we have to have policy, and we have to have something by which we can use the similar argument for all and everybody who comes along to want to do that. Office is far more lucrative in terms of rents and square foot than upstairs retail. That's very clear. I see, as I said earlier, the small hat maker, the small jewelry store as a PDR of the retail district, just being there because they have their customers come upstairs, because downstairs you have some other element of interest in retail. And it's for that reason that I don't personally believe just continuing this project at this very moment is the right way for us to go in order to explore with the department what is the right measure, what is the right balance of where we're going with it. And that is not a strict no, but I believe that we need a little bit more time together with the input and research that was presented here to do the right thing at the right time.
And a continuance will get us inside of a year, and a disapproval will take more than a year to do that.
I do not know the department's calendar. Our own calendar is very full. I cannot comment on that. I just don't feel I want to extend that, because I know other projects who already have signed on their windows asking for the same. And I believe that we cannot solve it that quickly. There's a project on the corner of Grant and Sutter, which we approve, which is coming back with a complete different makeup, and the same question will come up again. And then there is Britex, et cetera, et cetera. We are basically ready for an avalanche, and this project just slides through with a continuance. I believe that we will not be able to have the right answers for all the circumstances in which this will happen. I personally would like to do it that way, but I don't feel it's realistic to ask for that.
I think the real precursor in this is movie theaters, or our movie theaters. And for a great while, San Francisco couldn't figure out whether to save them, demolish them, change them, make them historical. And the sad part is they all sat vacant, or many of them did, for many, many years, maybe even a decade, until they flipped into gyms or whatever. And so I want to try to avoid that, because there are many more office or retail spaces that could be converted over to office than there were movie theaters in San Francisco that are converted over to gyms. But I think we have a larger problem coming ahead of us. Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, I just wanted to make some comments on the topic. I wanted to kind of reinforce Director Ram's comments about keeping the ground, second and third floor retail in general, just because of visibility. I always say, what am I going to say to my friends or anyone I know when they come back in a year? Like, who approved that? Like, why is there an office space right there, right? And I think it's up to the landlord and the tenants to still take that second and third floor and invite people up there. I went to Nike Town last weekend, and then not only did I go to the second and third floor, I went all the way to the top floor and worked my way down. And then I met my girlfriend and her sister at Cinta Hair Salon on Grant Street, and there's just a little tiny sign on the sidewalk, and you go up there, and it's a huge, massive footprint, and this place was just crazy, out of control with energy, and people were like hanging out and partying. And I was like, and some of these things you can invite people up to and make a second or third floor just as active and inviting as you can a ground floor. Not to say this can never happen, but just wanted to point out there's a couple of examples of where you can still do a lot and not still even be on the ground floor.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Yes, I think that's interesting. I agree with almost everything Commissioner Morris said. I just come to a different conclusion. I think a continuance in this matter is going to be where I would hope to see the commission go, if only for this reason, that a disapproval carries a lot of strength. And this is one of those things where if we were to disapprove the project, even if we were to change our policy and sort of re-envision what we think of in the sort of, especially the C3R, but our other retail districts, then people can come back and say, well, you disapproved that project, why are you looking at it again? And I really don't want that to be part of our conversation. So I would like to make a motion to continue, and I'm looking at Jonas, because normally when we continue, do we have to
There
have
is a motion on the floor to disapprove. However, a motion to continue would supersede that motion.
We already had a motion to disapprove, which was seconded by Commissioner Richards. So I'd like to make a motion to continue. And normally, when we are out more than however many weeks, things have to be renoticed and recalendared. So does it make sense to pick a date now, or is it?
Well, if we're going down the line of about 4 months, then theoretically we could just continue it without re-notification. It's right on the cusp. Generally, we would require new notice after 6 months.
I see. I thought it was shorter than that. Okay. All right, let's split the baby up and go. Our forward calendar here only goes through.
So we're into March.
March. That's 6 months. That's right. We go March 9th.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Hillis.
I think this is a good discussion. I think, there's an informal policy, I think, or maybe it's a formal policy. I haven't seen it that we deny, or that the staff denies below the third floor. But I would ask that we just look at that, and we look at how retail is operating, especially on third floors. I mean, Commissioner Koppel had a good point, and I've been to those third floors where it's, hair salons and things like that. There still aren't a lot of them. I mean, there's definitely third floor office. In the last case we had with the housing that was being demolished, I think we all thought, yeah, that's a viable housing site. I don't know if I could quite say I believe this is a viable retail site, that we're going to get watchmakers and jewelers up there on the third floor these days. I mean, I think the days of us all taking our families and going downtown and shopping and going to get our watch repaired it's not the world we live in today, and we've got to figure out kind of what our policy is, and maybe it's third floor and more in the core around Union Square, and it's less in the outskirts, or there is some and maybe it's the first floor only in other places. So I think we've got to look at kind of the policy. I think what's in C3R is not quite, reflective of reality these days, but we've got a policy overlay that says, yeah, we'll approve them above the third floor, but we'll deny it lower than the third floor. I'd just like to see that kind of fleshed out more and why that's our policy.
If I may, it's only in the C3R that's our policy. In other C3 districts, you do need to get a conditional use for non-retail sales at, I think, in some places it's at the ground level, some places it's at the basement level. Right. So it varies in all the various C3 districts. We were just asking that you take a policy stand in the C3R with the anticipation that there are these other projects that the department is going to need to act on and bring to you.
Sure. And I think we can have a more detailed discussion maybe without this case before us on that policy and where third floor retail has worked. I mean, have there been leases of kind of separated third floors where you get the hair salons and just get some facts on that to see if there's a market out there for it. So I think it's a good discussion to have, and hopefully, there could be some analysis done where we have an interim solution and go forward, especially if there's a couple cases before us.
Commissioner Hillis, these are really old, before the term mixed use was used, mixed use buildings with office and retail below. And maybe one way to look at it, as you were talking about, closer to the center of Union Square or wherever you choose as the focal point, that a percentage of the building may not be greater than X of office or less than of retail. I'm not sure if that's a formula or not, but all right. Commissioner Richards.
I guess I feel the pain of the project sponsor absolutely clearly, understandably. The worry I have about doing a continuance is the message sent to other people in your situation where they may be anticipating a change in 4 months, and all of a sudden they're not going to be showing their property because they expect to be able to lease it to office. So that's a real danger. I also want to recall the conversation we had this morning on the long-range work projects. And the director saying the public process on these things takes a while. In 4 months, we're jamming this in for a 4-month major policy change with the public process. I think we're kind of fooling ourselves. We struggled probably almost 2 years ago on restaurant percentages in NCDs and all that. And I know the department's getting, making some changes on that and looking at it, but I just think 4 months is too aggressive. And I can't support it. But I think the project sponsor acknowledged the conversation started, and that's what they wanted, and we hope to see you back after we really figure this all out. So I won't be supporting a continuance.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to make a comment to Commissioner Hillis. I've worked in the financial district since the early 70s, and throughout that time, from the hairdresser to the informal yoga studio, to where you could still see people sew custom clothes. All of them were up and down Sutter Street, and many of them still are on the second, third, and actually fourth floor, particularly when you go beyond Stockton West. On the south side, all buildings still have pretty much the same people. There might have been a change in ownership, but the use of the hairdresser, etc., is still all there. And I was laughing because my husband, for example, doesn't accompany me, and I'm interested to hear Commissioner Koppel having gone there, because what he describes is really what's happening there. There are people where other designers meet, where hairdressers meet, and there is like a subculture on these upper floors. That is all very, very vital, exciting, and viable. I think that until we have to kind of have other messages based on what the department is studying and who is advising, I still believe that we are better off not to just continue it, because it will take more than 4 months.
Commissioner Hillis.
Sure. I mean, to set a new code, I think it would take longer than 4 months. But right now, the code says you can apply for a CU for upper floors, including, I think you wouldn't deny a fifth floor. I mean, if we're saying we agree with the department, if a fourth floor use came in, they would ask for the same CU that these folks are asking for to allow for a non-retail on the fourth floor. So that's required now, that you would need a CU to get a fourth floor to be office instead of retail. And I don't think we're making that nuance, or the staff is, but we haven't looked at that. I mean, that's kind of the policy of the department, which I think is a good kind of starting point. But I would like to have that informed by kind of what's out there in the market, because I agree with you. I've been on third floors, I've been on fifth floors where there's, your kind of boutique jewelry salesperson that has a store there. But I don't think if we're talking to the futurists, that's going to be in our horizon in 20 years, and we've got to look at what to do with those spaces, because we see them happening. I mean, you see Wilkes-Bashford. In many of these buildings, there exists office use on those floors now. Many of us had spent time in Spur before, in its old space, which is fairly close to this, which was on an upper floor, and the World, whatever it was, Council was there too. There's office use. The Flood building, which Sue's office is in or was in, is on a floor that would have required a CU for that space to be used as office, but it was grandfathered in because there were these mixed uses in the past. So I just think we should move forward kind of with a rationale and not necessarily, and I think we've started one on this third floor above, but the reality is these retail uses, Britex, Macy's, in department stores on these upper floors are, maybe some of them are still viable and there's an opportunity, but I think the amount of space we had for retail on upper floors is going to shrink in its ability to stay viable. I mean, that's my armchair quarterback futuristic, but I think that's reality, and we've got to kind of change the code, and it's not going to happen in 4 months.
Right.
But we can perhaps set a different type of policy going forward.
I think the difference of what these third floor, fifth floor built, offices that we've gone up to, whether they're art galleries or hair salons, they're for the most part really small spaces, or they've been demised into several different offices, whether they're doctors' offices. I mean, this is a big format footprint on the third floor, which I think is much more difficult and challenging, and hence why you need a service like an architecture office to maybe come in. Okay, we're probably beating this thing up. Okay, sorry.
Very good then, Commissioners. There was a motion to disapprove, but a motion to continue will supersede that, and the motion was to continue to March 9th. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
No.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
No.
And Commissioner President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-3 with Commissioners Melgar, Moore, and Richards voting against. Commissioners, that'll place us under your discretionary review calendar for item 15, case number 2015-006856 DRP 02 at 4320 24th Street. This is a discretionary review. Please note that on September 22nd, after hearing and closing public comment, you continued this item to today by a vote of 7-0. As this is the second hearing, we generally reduce time for discretionary review and requester and project sponsor to 3 minutes and 1 minute for public comment. So the discretionary review requester, you have a 3-minute presentation. The discretionary review requester generally speaks first. We had the order all messed up last time. Sir, you've got 3 minutes.
The package handed out, please.
This packet here?
Yes.
Okay, I thought that was for her comments.
No, it's for my comments. There's one for each person. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for your service to the city and your patience this afternoon. Is the overhead on? The overhead is not on? Oh, there it is. As you may remember, my name is Larry Kane. I've lived in Noe Valley for over 15 years. I have 3 young girls, ages 7, 10, and 13, who use the park on a daily basis when it was open. during the peak time in the afternoons. I've handed some materials to you with some pictures of the park, a recent petition of over 200 community members opposing this project, as well as comments that some of the petition signers have left on change.org for you to review and consider. I hope you spend time to look at that. As you may remember, this project, if it is built, will in fact create a massive new wall over 40 feet hovering over Noe Courts Park, blocking views of the neighboring hills, Twin Peaks.
We don't have a quorum here. Oh, the only three of us. Excuse me, we need to stop for a moment. We don't have enough people here.
What happened, everybody?
Well,
I'll get my time back.
We hadn't taken a break for the entire afternoon, so some people may have to step out for a second.
You'll just have to wait for a moment. I know some of them are listening in the back, but we do need at least four members present.
So Commissioner Melgor's sick.
We still need four.
No, I know, but I'm saying she left.
Oh, okay, but
We still
Commissioner
need-
Johnson's here, Commissioner Koppel's here.
Right.
To have four on the floor.
I don't know what the precedent is. Maybe we take a 5-minute break.
I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Can we take a 5-minute break in the middle of a?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Will
We haven't had a-
I be able to?
Yes, we'll give you your time back.
Thank you so much.
None of us were. Okay, me too.
is Larry Kane. As I was saying before the break, that if this project is approved, it will in fact will build a wall exceeding 40 feet hovering over Noe Courts Park. I've left some pictures for you to look at, the existing park. I encourage you to look at it. I want to remind the Commission of some key facts regarding this project. First and foremost, there's been no notice posted in the park or to park users about the project. Without such notice, and with the park being closed with renovations right now, very few community members know about the project. There's been no community meeting held regarding the project to give notice and information to the members of the Noe Valley Park community. Despite all this, despite the rain, since we learned last week that the proponent of the project was not going to mitigate the project, but desired to mitigate the project via the park, but desired to, what I believe is a ploy to create a second unit, we went out to get a petition. And in less than a week, we had over 200 Noe Valley residents sign a petition opposing the project and its impact of the park. Again, if this project is built, it will shade the park, it will block views of the park at most active times of the day that people use the park. Also, if you look at, is overhead working? Sorry. Just real quickly, when this commission makes a decision, it has to make a decision for the long term, forever. If this is built, it will impact the park forever. If you look at the approved plans by the park department, you'll see that in the long-term plans, this space right here is where all the tennis court, all the active space for the kids will be, right underneath where they're going to build this project. Now, the planning department, in its review of the project, merely concludes that there's not going to be a negative impact to the park because of this project. There is no basis for this conclusion. It has not surveyed users. It has not done any reviews of the community of that park. To our knowledge, they've not even been to the park. This commission, along with the Rec and Park Commission, in reviewing the Victoria Manalo Draves Park, which had a 10-unit building with less shading, no blocking of views, the commissions determined that there was more impact to that park than what this would do. So I really encourage the commission here to protect our park. Imagine if this was your child's favorite park. Imagine if this was your parents' favorite park. Imagine if you played tennis here. Is a small second unit that probably won't be ever used or rented out worth the long-term impact to the users of Noe Courts? I plead with you to protect our park. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers in support of the DR requester. I have Anastasia Yovanopoulos and somebody neutral, Doug Robson.
Overhead, please. Miss Yovanopoulos, 24th Street resident. I lived steps away from Noe Courts Park, a beautiful recreational green space, well-used toddler playground, free tennis and basketball courts, all San Francisco enjoys. Massive third-floor addition violates general plan's urban design element and residential design guidelines, page 18. Protect major public views from public spaces. City views as seen from parks by adjusting massing of proposed development to reduce or eliminate adverse impacts on public view sheds. Project forever casts afternoon shadows on courts, playgrounds, and new picnic areas and seating areas featured in the renovations underway. City funds invested for improvement will go for naught. Community devoted years, worked hard to raise grant money.
Thank you. Other speakers?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm the property owner immediately adjacent to the building. I initially have filed a DR, which I withdrew after some modifications were made. But I will reiterate that in discussions that went on for more than a year with the owners, the idea of a second unit was never brought up at any time. So it seems to me like it's an effort at expeditiousness I'll also say that it doesn't really conform to the rest of the neighborhood. And for what it's worth, in my discussions with the owners, because my property will be most impacted by the loss of light, privacy, air, there were discussions about subsidizing a skylight from my office that has one window that will be very impacted by the new property, which they more recently have told me they rescinded. Thank you.
Any additional speakers in support of the DR requester? Seeing none, project sponsor, you have 3 minutes.
Wait for the computer to be triggered. Thank you. Commissioners, Jeremy Paul on behalf of the project sponsor. This is my park too. I live about a 3-minute walk away. This is my dog's favorite hangout, and we know it very intimately. The amount of shading that's actually going to take place here is very minimal. I want to be clear that the house behind it, that also is adjacent to the park, facing Elizabeth Street, is at the height that we propose to build to now. So you can see that line at 833 Elizabeth continuing from its roof across to 4320 24th Street. That's the height that we're building to. The shading that takes place on that park happens with those trees. I'm going to show you a detailed shading plan here. Okay, there's a good photograph. This is April 28th at 6:15 p.m. I'm going to zoom in to that corner and show you that that's where our roof line starts. So the roof line shift is to the south in the summer. So this is sunset at 8:35 p.m. summer solstice. This is showing where the sunset is, where the shadow is cast. So the shadow is never cast over the center of the park. September 21st, this is the shadow at its maximum at 5 p.m. You see the orange portion. This is what was most recently removed at the request of Mr. Robson, who you just heard from, the adjacent neighbor. We made a 2-foot reduction in the height at his bequest. This is the winter solstice. The shadow you see there is the trees. We are never at any point shadowing the picnic area, the lawn, or especially the children's playground. This is Mr. Kane's window that he looks out towards the east, and it's the only window that seems to be likely to be obstructed by our addition. The proposal for a second unit, it makes perfect sense for this family. This petition that went out claimed that this was a developer. It's been very hurtful to Andy and Sarah and their daughters, Perry and Phoebe, who frankly see their neighbors cross their street because someone's telling their neighbors that their park is going to be ruined by their project on their home. It's not true. What we're trying to do is create a real second unit following Commissioner Moore's recommendations with a full entryway that provides a good access to a usable unit that makes sense for this location. And a mural that we're proposing to put on the side.
Time is up.
Thank you. Any speakers in support of the project sponsor? Seeing none, DR requester, you get a 1-minute rebuttal?
There's no rebuttal.
There's no rebuttal. Okay, sorry. This portion of the hearing is closed. Commissioners? Commissioner Hillis.
Can I ask a question to the project sponsor? Can you put up, so since our last hearing, what's changed is you've added that unit to the ground floor?
Yes.
Do you have a better?
Sorry. Roll through. There's a unit.
And how is it accessed?
It's accessed from a door to the east side of the garage. We're going to create a breezeway that is going to impact somewhat on the parking area that we're proposing, but it will give us enough room for small second car, as well as bike parking, meeting the city requirements. The entryway, we're proposing a recessed entry with a well-articulated entryway with clear story windows along that wall. So that breezeway is not a dark tunnel to a back unusable, an unpleasant entry to a bad unit. This is going to be a quality garden unit that I believe will serve this family as their older daughters in high school, younger daughters in middle school. I think they will be able to be using this, and in the future it will serve as an apartment rental.
Okay, so it's a breezeway that's open to the sky, or
It's not open to the sky.
It's not, okay, but it's a hallway down the side that's separate
Right,
from
but
the garage.
it will never be built next to, so we can put clear story windows along there and be sure of bringing light into it.
Right, okay, thank you. I mean, this is a hard one in that I think I sympathize with Mr. Kane in the issues of the park and the shadowing of the park. However, I mean, we've got a tough case to make on that. I mean, no doubt it's going to impact the park, and it's going to have some shadow impact to the park. I don't think they're enormous, but it is an impact to the park. And we have Prop K, which protects that, but is not applicable in this case because of the height of the building, and it's staying under the height that would trigger our analysis under Prop K. So if we looked at this project without the park adjacent to it, I think it's a well-designed, it fits in with the neighborhood, it's contextual. I don't think we would take DR on this and make any major modifications. So then the question becomes, to me, is the shadow on the park at a level where we should take DR? And, I just don't think it is. I don't think we can, or at least I can justify taking DR for the amount of shadow that's going to be cast on the park with a building that's code compliant, kind of underneath the required height, and Prop K is not applicable. Not to say there wouldn't be a small shadow impact to the park. So that's my take. I appreciate the second unit. I think it helps in making that justification. We're not adding kind of a monster home here or a atypically large home. It's modest with a unit that may or may not be used by someone, but it's going to be used, and it's an additional unit to the housing stock. So the only thing I've got trouble with is that deck on the front. I think we've kind of knocked those off in the past. I think it's somewhat, not necessary to have that deck overlooking the front. It's not a condition that's consistent. So that's the only thing I would necessarily change on the second floor.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Kane, could you come to the microphone and talk to me a little bit about the tree? Obviously, as trees mature in parks, be that in Huntington Park or whatever, trees inadvertently do cast shadow. And since we most likely have an evergreen rather than a deciduous tree here.
Can I get the picture?
Yeah, if you want to, please do so.
Which tree you're talking about?
Yeah. Could you turn it so that we can see it? Oh, yeah, that way. That would be perfect. Oh, pull it down a little bit so that we have the full. So these trees, even in this picture, cast a shadow, correct?
Yeah, the trees definitely cast a shadow. But a couple points, just real quickly.
I want to stick with the trees
I
for a
understand.
moment, please, if you don't mind. I want to talk about the trees
Sure.
because I want to give an equal forum to having somebody talk about the tree and telling me it casts a shadow versus a building casts a shadow. I am very concerned about the park. I am. And if there is indeed reason to believe that the tree doesn't cast shadow, although the pictures show otherwise, I'm prepared to listen to that. So
No,
could
the
you
tree,
please
the
stick
tree
with
definitely casts shadows. If you look at the shade study paid for by the developer, the park is already shaded significantly by the tree and by their unit and by the other unit over there. The point is, when a park is almost 20% shaded, if you look at the 1989 Planning Department memo with Recon Park, when you have a small park under 2 acres, this one's only 0.98 acres, you're supposed not to have any new shadows. The whole idea here is if the park is already too shaded, the idea of more shade is not acceptable. So yes, there's no question there is some shading by the existing trees, but this will, in a very small park where sunlight is at a precious commodity, more shadowing is not good. You also look at this park, the increase in the height of the building will block nice views. It'll feel like you're blocked in there. So it's not only just the shadowing of the unit, of the building and the trees. We're not going to be close to the 20% or even over caused by the addition, which is important. And also,
thank you. You answered my question. Okay. I want to direct the question towards staff. Mr. Washington, could you please explain the shadow and caution on shadow? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I have Mr. Washington take us further on this. When a park is of a certain size and the increase in shadow is something we need to
shadow policy applies for a structure that's over 40 feet in height and the potential that it may have, and we require a shadow study. In this instance, the property does not exceed the height limit. Therefore, it is not part of that review for Prop K findings.
So you're saying that the shadow that occurs with the building under the height is indeed a shadow that we would have to anticipate in the reasonable expansion of a code-compliant building?
Yes.
That's the urban setting
correct.
In which it occurs.
That's correct. The actual planner that worked on this project is our Prop K expert.
Okay.
Actually, just by coincidence.
Okay. I need to, I mean, I fully understand what it is like to deal with the shadow issue in San Francisco, but we are a colder city. What the sun we want to have. It's interesting, I live near Huntington Park. When you see Grace Cathedral casting a shadow over Huntington Park, everybody who sits in the circular arrangement of benches moves into the sun. It's like a sundial almost, the entire park. But that being said, if that is what is in front of us, we need to consider that. Emotionally, I am on the side of wanting to protect the park, but I cannot do that against those rules, which any other small park would fall under as well. So I'm kind of really torn. I do like the addition of the second unit. I think the unit is fully rendered out to make it a good unit. The only thing is I do not want to use the unit as a trade for the park if the park is really something which is not really for our consideration a metrics to consider. So I'm going to hear what the other commissioners have to say. No, I'm sorry. I'm in dialogue with my colleagues here. Thank you so much.
Johnson.
I'm really challenged by this project. I think it was a little bit clearer when it was still the expansion of a single-family home. I didn't think that the trade-off of the impact on the park and the streetscape and otherwise was warranted the project, even though it was code compliant. In this case, we actually have an addition of a unit, which we often ask for and look for. In this case, it was, like as Commissioner Moore mentioned, fully rendered. Sometimes we ask for that additional unit, and we get maybe 500 square feet in a basement, and that's not what we got here. It is a smaller park. It does not come under Prop K, probably falls just over that limit, and I think this is one of that gray area where we kind of have to use our discretion. And in this case, I really feel like that the trade-off works. I mean, anything you do to that building is going to cast more shadow on that park. And so anything that, even a code-compliant project of any sort is going to impact that park. And so, to me, it becomes a question of trade-offs, and I feel that what we have here is pretty fair. And so that's why I'm challenged by it, even though I don't like the idea of impacting open space, and I hope it doesn't come to people not wanting to use the park or not being able to be programmed properly.
Question I guess I have for staff is, the DR requester brought up a memo by Park and Rec that concerns this park and the size of this park and the amount of shading that's already being cast, and then their desire to not have any additional shading. I actually am trying to find that letter. Was it in our packet? And can you comment on that vis-a-vis this 40-foot fact that we shouldn't be considering it?
I can look through the packet and see if we've got the specific letter. But again, we're reviewing it based off our Prop K findings. We do what we can to minimize impacts on shadowing, just as we do with light and air, and minimize window blocking as almost a courtesy rule. In this instance, they have such limitations from the residential design concerns of keeping the top floor back, and trying to minimize its overall height, bringing the height down as they can, to just reduce the impacts on the shadowing. It's adjacent to the tennis courts as opposed to the grassy area too, as well. The area of the park that would be, would have shadow cast on it, which is an active area. And so a lot of these things are factored into our evaluation of the project. And in this instance, we felt that it's code compliant. It's a reasonable alteration to the house. It's not overly excessive. It's not unlike any other parcel that would be developed on this, on this block.
Okay.
And then the addition of a second unit it can justify some of the added volume that couldn't be incorporated into the unit on the ground floor.
I guess, thank you. One other question I have, I guess, Mr. Keene. We've got a diagram on shading. I believe it's one you handed in your brief to us. That's project sponsors.
That was not.
So this shadow analysis stated for September and December, June, September, December 21st. Does this represent what you showed over source of many different slides?
It is not exactly. The project has been reduced since that data was created.
Okay, thank you. Now I understand why there's a differential. Is there anything else additional from staff's point of view that could have been done on this project to reduce those shadows? In terms of roof angling, they reduced it 2 feet, I believe.
Yeah, I think the main thing was just to get the height down as low as was reasonable. You can't really camp for that roof at that position, and then you do want to have a design that's logical and doesn't really look kind of nonsensical either.
Thank you. I guess one other thing where I'm at, Mr. Keene, is it's shadowing the tennis court, which if I'm running around sweating, I'm going to want to be a little cooler rather than in the sun. Actually, it's probably a disadvantage to be in the sun when you're playing tennis. I don't know. You want to comment on that? I'd welcome a comment.
Had another sheet that I misplaced up here, but if you look at the long-term plans for the park, that area is not going to remain a tennis court as approved by the Rec and Park Commission. With the tennis court, it's going to become a multi-court area. They're going to move the basketball court there. It's going to be the main area for the kids to play in. And if this is going to impact the park forever, then it's going to impact that area forever. So that's why when you make your decision, you're thinking, this park, look at the approved plans, and I had it up here before, and I'm not sure
Please,
what I did with
put
it.
it back up, that'd be great.
Let me see, it's right here. The other thing I'd like to make a point is the reason why Prop K does not apply for the 40 feet is because you're measuring it from the front door. I don't believe that CEQA would measure 40 feet from that angle, measure it from any angle, and I do think there may be some unusual circumstances here. Oh, here it is, yeah. And this comes from a developer's shade study. It's in the shade study, and this is approved by Rec and Park Commission.
So you're telling us that what's now the tennis court's going to become something else?
Eventually, this is what's been approved.
So can you just outline that for us, please?
Can you hear me still or not?
Yes, you can bend the mic as you go over there.
So again, this has been approved by Rec and Park. They don't have enough money to get it done yet. They're doing the first stage of the renovation of the park, which is they're putting in seat terraces here, picnic tables here, which I do think will be shaded. They're marked. And then they're going to make this a general lawn area, and then this is going to be supposedly a multi-use court with tennis court, basketball, other activities.
So I guess I come back to my original question. If you can comment on the fact that if you're playing basketball or you're in tennis and you're in the sun, it makes you hotter, maybe it's more uncomfortable. I mean, if it were where I was going to sit having a picnic, I might feel differently. Can you comment on?
Well, this is the afternoon, so my kids are very active. My kids play a lot of soccer, softball, basketball, lots of sports. I've coached a high school wrestling team for over 22 years. In the afternoon, people want to be in the sun because it can get cold. So it's just going to get colder faster. And we're talking not late evening, we're talking afternoon, 3, 4, or 5 o'clock, getting this area darker quicker.
Okay.
And I think people would rather have some sun versus shade.
Thank you.
And to be honest, if my kids sweat, I think it's good.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I think my comments were in appreciation of the fact that it may not always be a tennis court. I do hope that the programming for this space won't be impacted by any potential development of this building. I mean, it will probably continue to be hardscape, which is the plans that were just put up there, and I don't necessarily see that this will physically prevent people from using that space or make it less likely that the space will be used by families and other visitors to the area.
Commissioner Moore.
I feel under very strange pressure one way or the other because we are 2 people short. This is a larger policy discussion. We have other projects coming up where there will be shadows on certain kinds of parks, and I like to have a balance in that discussion, and I feel that with 2 people missing, it is very difficult for me to see the full array of different opinions come together to make a decision here. I'm so torn on this, I don't know what to do.
Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, I'm looking at this really as compares to the project we saw, a month or 6 weeks ago. And I'm seeing the gable roof, which is one thing we were looking for, right? And I'm seeing the changes we asked. And it's still under the height limit and code compliant. I would be supportive of Commissioner Hillis's motion. You included or excluding the front roof deck?
Yeah.
I don't believe it was a motion.
I'll make a motion to
take DR.
Take DR and approve as proposed without the roof deck.
Okay.
Roof deck or front deck?
Front deck.
Sorry, front.
One thing I'd like to ask the motion maker to include in the motion is the mural. I think the project sponsor offered to have a mural painted to soften the look of a stark white building. We can direct them to do that, work with the community on what kind of mural that would be. Would you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Seconder?
I mean, I would just leave it. I'm not a huge one. I think the white's reflective, you know, and could actually get more light into the space than a mural.
Okay.
So I'd leave it up to the neighbors to talk amongst themselves and to the neighbor, and I'd prefer it not be included in the motion.
Mr. Paul, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Hillis. If I can go to the overhead and just show you the what we're proposing to do with this mural, I would suggest that if it's something that the project sponsor would like to do, this is on private property. It's a single-family home now. It's going to become a single family with a secondary unit. I think it's appropriate for them to make the decision on how to handle it. I think it's an appropriate recommendation with the DR that they provide a decorative treatment for the exterior of the building facing the park. I mean, the current condition that you've seen on that same picture that we have worked up with this mural, it isn't attractive. I'm in this park quite often. I think something needs to be done to that wall, and I think it's an appropriate place to do something good, but it should be the property owner's decision on how to do it.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
This is my wife's artwork, so I want her to pay a mural.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
One of the ideas is to soften the impact of a solid, tall wall against the park by using landscaping to basically conceal the extent of the building. And that would be an idea which is more in keeping with what a property owner might be interested in doing. That, for one, from the east elevation, there's sufficient light to have some form of landscape softening on that edge, but a mural is, I think, probably a little bit too severe.
Yes, that the commissioners would say that that wall be treated in some way to mitigate against the harsh impact, but recognizing that a lighter colors would be more appropriate, however it ends up.
Yes.
Yes.
It's the monitor's not working, so the names there have been called unless anybody else has anything they'd like to add.
Fantastic, Commissioners. Then if the motion maker and the seconder are amenable to that modification.
Yes.
There's a motion that has been seconded to take DR and approve the project as proposed, as amended, without the front deck and mitigating the negative impact of the blind wall with lighter colors. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And Commission Chair Richards?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on general public comment, for which I have no speaker cards.
Any general public comment, sir?
Hi, Mike Persetti. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Moore for telling me that the boulangerie is open on Sutter Street. I really appreciate that. I have a really quick question. I would like to understand whether the commission requires that a 311 notice sent to neighbors has to be accurate as far as the building features, such as building depth and height. I can't get a straight answer to that one.
We can have the acting zoning administrator meet with you afterwards to maybe discuss your specific.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional speakers for public comment? Seeing none, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Commissioners. Jeremy Paul, speaking of public comment. Commissioner Hillis, I agree with your comment about the front balcony situation. I think as the residential design guidelines are up for reconsideration as we discuss residential alterations, the mandated 15-foot setback forces people to do that in situations that it's not appropriate. And I think that should be open for consideration. It should be site-specific. That's my comment. Thank you very much.
You. Sorry, Mr. Paul, I didn't realize. Any additional speakers? Seeing none, sir.
Yes, hello. I'm the building owner, Andrew Charmatz, and I would like to refute Mr. Kane's assertion about the courts.
Excuse me, we closed this item, so if you had public comment about items on
General
our
public
agenda.
comment,
no problem.
not on the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. The hearing is adjourned.